Fritas. This is Caroline. So I will try with Eric if Eric can share his video. Eric, can you hear me?
Give me just a second.
Yes, thank you. So it's 9. So I will ask the members to just put their video on, and I will ask Marina and Adriana to stop sharing their screen really quick because we are going to take a group picture. Thank you. So put your video on, and when I say patatas fritas, I want a big smile so we can have a nice picture. So I'm waiting on some of you. I see Isabel, Chelsea, Esther. Just a few more. Esther, Isabel. We see Jim. Okay, so the patatas fritas are coming. So just the video, patatas fritas. So I took a great picture, I think. Thank you so much. So I will ask again Adriana to share her screen with the English presentation, and then Marina. And we can start the meeting. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, hello? Hello?
Hey, Michael, we can hear you. All right, good morning, everyone. Just double checking, Caroline, that we're good to go.
Yes, we are just trying to get Marina share the screen. There's a quick issue here. Marina cannot share the screen. Give me a second. Please.
All right, while we're waiting for Marina to share her screen, this is a good reminder to everybody to please select your language. So at the bottom of the screen, there's going to be an interpretation feature. It's going to look like this. You're going to want to select it, and you're going to want to select either English or Spanish. You're going to need to pick one of the two. Don't leave it on off. If you leave it on off, you're going to hear us. You're going to be able to hear the English, but you're not going to be able to hear our Spanish comments. So you want to make sure that you're selecting either English or Spanish. And then you can mute original audio, and that'll help you hear clearly. So take this time to select this. Every time we come back from a break, we're going to have to reselect it. So get comfortable with this interpretation icon. And then in a little bit, once Marina is able to share her screen, you're going to want to select what PowerPoint you're viewing. So right now you're viewing my PowerPoint. You'll see English PPT, English PowerPoint in front of my name. You're going to want to hover to the top of your Zoom window, and you're going to want to select viewing options. And that there you'll choose either English or Spanish PowerPoint. On the screen here, we say, for technical assistance, you can email SAFER, but for the purpose of our meeting, please use the Zoom chat. So if throughout the meeting, there's any questions that you have or any concerns, you can feel free to chat us.
Do you have a phone number we can call in case our whole computer shuts down?
Yeah, we'll put a phone number in the chat.
Okay.
That's a good suggestion. I'll give y'all some time to prep. Today's check-in question is about your New Year's resolutions. So I'll give you a few minutes while we're waiting for the Spanish interpretation to come up or the Spanish PowerPoint to be shared. You can think about your New Year's resolutions and if there's anything that you're still going strong on.
Sorry, can you repeat that? The request?
Our check-in question is about your New Year's resolution. So when we get to our introductions, we're going to be asking folks to share any top New Year's resolution. All right. Well, with that, we're going to go ahead and get started here. So welcome everyone to the Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience Drinking Water Program Advisory Group meeting. This is our first official advisory group meeting of the year, but it's good to see you all again so soon after our onboarding. For those of you I haven't met yet, my name is Adriana Renteria, and I'm the Director for the Office of Public Participation, and my pronouns are she and they. I'm going to be facilitating today's meeting. This meeting is being webcast at video.calepa.ca.gov in both English and Spanish. So for any members of the public who are listening in, there's an opportunity to join us towards the end of the meeting to offer public comments. And if you're interested in joining the public comment period, we ask that you please email safer@waterboards.ca.gov. And we will share instructions for how to join us. All right, so we always begin our Safer Advisory Group meetings with a refresher on the Water Board's mission statement. So the Water Board's mission is to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California water resources for the protection of the environment, public health, and all beneficial uses. We start with our mission because the Safer Drinking Water Program is really core to helping us advance our mission and working to achieve that all Californians have access to safe and affordable drinking water. You all as the advisory group play a really big
We are trying to see what happened with Adriana. It looks like she froze for a second. But it's cold in
discussion.
Sacramento. Adriana, you froze for a bit. Sorry about that.
Can you hear me again?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Sorry about that. I was just talking about the Water Board's mission and the purpose of the Safer Advisory Group. Did you all hear that? Okay, well, just a kind of a quick refresher, the Safer Advisory Group is a consultative body So it is not authorized to approve documents, make policy decisions, or to evaluate individual applications for funding. So today we may use the technique of voting just to see where people are on a particular topic, but we are not actually coming to a consensus or an agreement. So we really welcome everyone's individual perspectives because we are, the advisory group is a consultative body. Okay, so just a refresher on our meeting guidelines. We ask that you please mute yourself when you're not speaking and join by video if possible. If, for example, I have a little bit more audio connectivity issues because of my internet, I might turn my video off. You could do the same. We have breaks throughout, but if you need more breaks, you can take them as you need them. And then this is a reminder for all of us and myself to speak slowly because we have interpreters who are trying to capture your comments. All right. In terms of our agenda here, the main discussion topic for today's meeting is the proposed Safer Work Plan. After our main discussion topic, we'll have an opportunity for questions on Safer program updates. You'll have an opportunity to share any drinking water related announcements that you have. And then we'll close with an opportunity for public comments. All right. So we're going to kick off our introductions and ask you all to please share your name, your affiliation, your location, so where you're currently calling from, and then what was your main resolution for 2023, and if you've been able to keep that resolution alive so far. I'm going to start with the person who is top of my participant screen list, and then I'm going to ask that person to popcorn it to another advisory group member. All right. So at the top of my list here, I have Chelsea.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Chelsea Tu, and I'm the Executive Director of Monterey Waterkeeper. It's an honor to be part of the advisory group, and I'm a new member. Joining the meeting from the Monterey area. Monterey Waterkeeper work in Santa Cruz County, Monterey County, and San Benito counties. And my main resolution for 2023 is to be truthful and true to myself. And I think so far I've been keeping this resolution. Now I'll pass it to Senora Isabel.
¿Es Isabel? ¿Aló?
Yes, we can hear you, Isabel.
¿Me escuchan ahora sí?
Yes, sí.
Sí. Hola, mi nombre es Isabel Solorio, de acá de la comunidad de Lener. Soy un residente de Lener y estoy participando desde mi hogar en la misma comunidad de Lanare, en el condado de Fresno, Lanare, California. La resolución que tendría para el 2023 sería seguir participando para la equidad de proteger este preciado líquido que es el agua. Gracias.
Thank you, Isabel. Can you please pick another person to popcorn to?
Esther, por favor. Esther Espinosa.
Sí, gracias. Mi nombre es Esther Espinosa, yo soy de la comunidad de Riverdale. Riverdale está al sur de Fresno, también pertenecemos al condado de Fresno. Yo trato de participar, mi resolución es seguir tratando de participar en los grupos de agua locales y también como en este caso en SWRCB, porque veo la necesidad y la importancia de que comunidades pequeñas o dueños de pozos privados, al igual que la industria de la agricultura, tengamos agua, que el agua pueda llegar para todos. Gracias.
Thank you, Esther. Can you please select the next advisory group member?
Caroline.
Caroline is our, she's a safer staff person. So how about next we'll go with Sarah.
Good morning, everybody. I am Sarah Rutherford. I am the Executive Director for the Kauai Water Foundation, which is a local management zone effort working on nitrate-related issues and contamination, and we are in Tulare County. I'm joining from Visalia, which is in Tulare County too. And my goal, one of my main goals for this year has been to be more engaged in our community and participating in different organizations locally. And so I've been working with Sequoia Riverlands Trust lately and really enjoying that. So I feel like it's working well so far in this year. So next I could pass it to Eric.
Thanks, Sarah. Good morning, everyone. Eric Oriana. I'm a senior policy advocate with Community Water Center. I'm based out of our Sacramento office. I live in South Sacramento, in Sacramento County. And I had a few New Year's resolutions, some that I need to get on track with a little bit more. But one that I'm proud of sticking to is a resolution of not drinking any soda for the first quarter of the year. And I am looking forward to the end of this month where I will drink my first canned Coca-Cola. So looking forward to that. With that said, I will pass it over to Sergio.
Good morning, everyone. Sergio Carranza with Pueblo Unidos CDC. I am here in the city of La Quinta, Coachella Valley. Pretty happy to be here, joining everyone. And one of my resolutions for this year is to continue working on all these key rural projects when it comes to drinking water, affordable housing, while maintaining a balance for self-care. That is important. And so far, we started the year with some really good policies here at Pueblo Unido that will give not only me, but all the staff a really great balance. So we have time to for quality life, quality time for our families while we continue to push all the projects. Thank you. I will pass this to Christine.
Thanks, Sergio. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kristen Dobbin. I use she, her pronouns. I am with UC Berkeley and UC Cooperative Extension. And my main resolution for 2023, or one of them, was to drink more water. I'm like perpetually dehydrated. And I'm going to be the first one to say I really haven't done this. I'm still dehydrated and I'm sitting here drinking my coffee. So I will try to get back on track and drink some more water while we have this meeting today. I will pass it to Eva.
Hi, good morning. My name is Eva Dominguez. Work with Self-Help Enterprises in our Community Development Department, where we provide technical assistance to small community water systems and schools in San Joaquin Valley. I'm currently in Dinuba in Tulare County, so one of the smaller cities there. And for my resolution, I don't do a whole lot of resolutions, but I think just trying to make sure I take time for myself and do the things that I enjoy doing, and take time to be with my family and my dogs. You can see them in the background there. So that's yeah. So that's it. And I'll pass to see. Oh. Casturo.
Hello, good morning, buenos días. Castro Estrada. I am here representing the Coachella Valley Water District, where I serve as a board member. I've been there for 8 years and going on my 9th year. I am joining from my office at the city of Coachella, where I work as a utilities manager, overseeing the public water system for the city and the wastewater system here at the city. My main year resolution, I think I'm hearing a lot of the same type of things that which kind of fall in line with my resolution. I'm kind of been wanting to work more on having some mental clarity, just balancing more of my work with family, more balance between my full-time job here at the city and my other full-time job at the water district, and just trying to have better eating habits and do a little bit more of exercise. And I think so far I've been doing pretty good. Thank you. And I'm going to pass it on to Remy.
Well, thanks, Castillo. Rami Kalon here from California Water Service. I'm here in my office in San Francisco. My New Year's resolution is to work harder. Maybe I should get another job myself, like Castillo. And so far, I think I'm doing okay this year. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, Rami.
I need to pass it to somebody. I am so sorry. I need to. Oh boy, hold on. Who's left?
Maybe Tanya?
Tanya? Okay, I'll pass it to Tanya. Thank you.
Tanya, I see that you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. I don't know if we're going to come back to you, Tanya. I see that you're unmuted, but we still can't hear your audio. So maybe if you want to either connect via the phone, or maybe you can send Caroline a message and she can help you on the back end, but we'll come back to you. In the meantime, why don't we go to Marta? And Marta, right now, We are just doing quick introductions. If you could share your name, your affiliation, your location, and then any New Year's resolution.
Ahora sí puede hablar. Ahora sí.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. We can hear you.
Mi nombre es Marta Curiel y yo estoy hablando aquí de la comunidad de Woodville, condado de Tulare.
Su afiliación.
Yo estoy en el pueblito de Woodville y del condado de Tulare. De aquí estoy participando y mi principal resolución para este año, pues esperamos seguir aquí con las juntas para estar aprendiendo más porque pues muy poquito sé yo de esto.
Awesome. Thank you, Marta. Welcome. Okay, let's come back to Tanya. Tanya, if you want to try, I see you're unmuted. Nope, Tanya, we're still having a hard time hearing you. We'll come back. We'll go to another person and then we'll come back to you. All right. What about Ileana?
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Ileana Miranda. I am the general manager of the San Gerardo Cooperative, and I'm calling in today from my office in San Gerardo in Salinas, California, Monterey County. And I guess my resolution for this year was to just eat healthier overall, not necessarily to lose weight, just, to be healthy overall. Thank you.
Thanks, Ileana. All right. Have we already heard from Jim?
Nope, not yet. So my name is Jim Sullivan, and I'm a private well owner and also affiliated with the Mendocino City Community Services District, and I'm located up in Mendocino, in the county of Mendocino, in the town of Mendocino on the northern coast. New Year's resolution was to drink less coffee, and not doing very good in that. And but to also continue to promote community involvement in drinking water issues in our area. Thanks. I'll pass it to Jennifer. Jennifer Hazard.
Thank you, Jim. This is Jennifer Hazard. I am a contract manager with the Rural Community Assistance Corporation, and I oversee our state funding agreements. We're headquartered in West Sacramento. And I think my resolution focused around time, being more respectful of my time and others' time. I've tried to reduce the number of meetings that I call, and when I do, I try not to multitask. So I'm actively engaged and just being more present. And I will toss it to Amy.
Amy's a staff member. So
okay.
How about let's
Karen?
try Tanya one more time, and then we'll, I just want to give Tanya another opportunity to test audio. And Tanya, I just sent you the invitation to ask you to unmute and to start your video. Okay, Tanya, we'll come back. We'll keep trying. All right. Have we heard from Michael Prado Sr. yet?
Hello?
Hey, Michael, we can hear you.
My name is Michael Prado Sr. I live in Sultana, California, Central San Joaquin Valley. Been on the Sultana Community Services District over a little over 27 years, I'm sorry. And my resolution for 2023, it's a rough one. Need to get more exercise and probably drink more water. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome.
All right, coming back to Tanya one more time.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh,
Success.
I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on with my laptop. So I had to switch to my phone. So I appreciate your guys' patience. Thank you so much. So my name is Tanya Moreno. I am from the community of La Grande, which is in Merced County. It's here in the center of our state, our beautiful state of California. And one of my resolutions, well, the only resolution I've had for a couple of years now is to be an active catalyst for positive change and to find ways to help serve just our friends and neighbors and residents and humanity, just to help be make this world a better place for our kids. Thank you.
Beautiful, Tanya. So glad you were able to connect with us. I just one quick check. I think that's all advisory group members, but if we haven't yet called your name, can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, excuse me real quick. I've been trying to chat a message. Some of you I did not hear at all. No
Oh,
voice at all.
Okay, that's a good
Okay.
reminder, Michael. Did you select the language channel? You have to select, you did?
Yes.
Did you select English?
Yes.
Okay, well, maybe this is a reminder for everybody. If you could just double check that interpretation feature at the bottom of the screen and make sure you select English. If you don't select English, other people will not be able to hear you. So you're going to want to select
Do we
that
hit
language.
unmute original audio or no?
You can mute original audio.
Unmute. It says unmute original audio.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Adriana, and Michael, I also had some trouble, and if I unmuted the original audio, it worked for me. So maybe
Thank
try
you.
that, Michael.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Christian. All right.
Thanks, Kristen. Thank you, Michael, for that. All right. I think that was all advisory group members, and it was really great to hear a lot of similarities between you all. A lot of you, to no surprise, really committed to making the world a better place. And at the same time, I heard a lot of threads around needing to take care of yourself, right? And to really bring in self-care so that you have that energy and that capacity to keep going. So that's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. Before we jump into our first agenda topic, I just want to welcome board member Laurel Firestone. And I want to see if she has any words she'd like to say to you all.
Great. Hi, thanks so much. And I am just so excited to see all of you and be able to watch this first meeting of the advisory group. Really, really grateful to each of you because I know that you are working hard and doing really the important work on the ground and in your everyday life, trying to make the human right to water a reality here in California. And then on top of that, you're giving time to the water board and the state to try to make sure that our resources and implementation and responsibility that we have is really making the difference that I think we all want to see in the state. And we really, really appreciate and rely on your expertise. So I heard some folks say that they're mostly learning or they still don't feel like they're know everything yet. And I'll just say you have immense expertise and we need that here. And we really, really appreciate the kind of diverse time and expertise and perspectives that each of you bring. Some of you I know I've known for a really long time, and some of you I'm just meeting now. But I am just so, so grateful. And I think on behalf of the board, just want to thank and welcome you. And just also let you know that we really are relying on the feedback that we get from this group. We put a lot of work into trying to make sure that we are able to utilize your time well, and really just appreciate any feedback or suggestions that you have and want to make sure that we're making this program at the state the best that it can be and kind of living up to the responsibility that we have. So just look forward to listening and appreciate being able to welcome those new members as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Board Member Firestone, for those welcoming words. And with that, I think that's a great time for us to transition to our first agenda topic. So the purpose of today's meeting is to get everyone's feedback and perspectives on our proposed safer work plan. And before we get into what the work plan actually is, I just want to share that for some context, this is the first time that we develop a public-facing work plan. And that recommendation came directly from the advisory group and from members of the public. We heard from you all that it was really difficult to understand how the different pieces of the SAFER program fit together. And this is our attempt at not only communicating the major components, but also brainstorming with you some of the proposed projects and priorities we're thinking about prioritizing for the next couple of years. So in our packet that you received, you should have received an executive summary. So that document that you received, it's not the full work plan, it's just a summary document. And the reason you didn't receive the full work plan is because we're looking for your feedback to create it. So that's what we're going to be discussing today. There's going to be 7 different sections of the work plan, and those 7 sections are going to remain the same. But what we're looking for your feedback on is on the proposed strategies and the priority projects. So that's really where we want to get your thoughts on how we can best prioritize our time. So in a little bit, you're going to receive a high-level overview of the SAFER program, and then you're going to hear very high-level presentations for each of the work plan sections. So for this first discussion, we'll talk about engagement, data acquisition, needs assessment, and drinking water solutions. They're going to be brief presentations, and then at the end of all of them, so at the end of this section, you're going to have an opportunity for questions about what you heard. So a brief clarifying question time. After that clarifying questions, you're going to be joined in small groups where you'll have the opportunity to both write and also discuss your reflections together. So throughout ask that you hold your questions, and then we'll take all of the questions together during that clarifying Q&A portion of the discussion before you move on to your breakout rooms. The last thing I want to share before I pass it to Alicia is I just want to make a note that there's a typo in our materials. The materials say that the Safer Work Plan is for 2022-2024, but really we intended to write this for 2023-2025. So starting now and then 2 years. So just keep that in mind. You're going to see 2022 throughout these materials, and that's just a typo. So sorry about that. And with that, I'm going to pass it to Alicia, who's going to give you an overview of the SAFER program as a whole.
All right. Thank you, Adriana, and good morning, everyone. As Adriana mentioned, my name is Alicia O'Loughlin, and I'm with the Office of Public Participation. And before we dive into the SAFER Work Plan, I'm going to start us off with just a brief introduction to the Safer Drinking Water Program and why it's necessary. And then we'll go into what the actual work plan is, and we'll take a closer look at and discuss the individual work plan areas. So, established in 2019, the Safer Drinking Water Program is an extension of a long history of California bills related to drinking water. Most recently, Assembly Bill 685, which was adopted in 2012, established the human right to water as state law. SAFER is designed to ensure that all Californians have access to safe and affordable drinking water, and as quickly as possible. To do this, the program uses a variety of tools, including data collection and analysis, funding, regulatory authorities, outreach and engagement, technical assistance, and multi-agency coordination. SAFER prioritizes collaborative and voluntary solutions and relies on regulatory solutions only when necessary. Slide, please. So let's discuss why SAFER is necessary. The map on the right is a screenshot of the Drinking Water Needs Assessment dashboard. The orange and red dots represent public water systems with drinking water violations. So there are approximately 7,000 public water systems, and the majority of them are serving safe drinking water. However, about 300 of them do not meet safe drinking water standards, which is about 1%. And 90% of these violations are taking place in water systems with less than 500 connections. So these are very small systems, and many of them serve disadvantaged communities. One thing to note is that the map does not show approximately 350,000 domestic wells and 1,350 state small water systems, nor does it show tribal water systems, which are regulated by the federal government. So about 1% of California residents do not have safe drinking water. And that's what SAFER is addressing. So how did we get here? As California's water infrastructure was being developed, waves of migrants were settling in various farm worker and dairy labor camps, which later grew into small communities, and eventually many became cities. However, historically, decision makers used race to establish structures and systems, including land use practices. And because of this, oftentimes cities would grow around these small migrant communities, creating fringe communities outside of unincorporated areas and municipal services. Without access to municipal services, many of these communities formed special districts. Others sought water through mutual water companies, small cities, domestic wells, and state small water systems. These historic land use structures continue to deliver disparate outcomes, including wealth, health, educational, and environmental impact inequities. Many of these communities that have experienced historic and land use structures are also the same communities that don't have safe drinking water. So the Water Board is committed to racial equity and environmental justice, and we hope that through SAFER, we can achieve the human right to water for all Californians. Through SAFER, public water systems and domestic wells that are failing or at risk of failing to provide safe drinking water are proactively identified. And that allows us to provide assistance where it's most needed to ensure communities have access to safe and affordable drinking water as quickly as possible. Slide, please. So fast forward to today. And we now have these small, disadvantaged communities that face complex challenges to delivering safe and affordable drinking water. Often, they do not have the technical capacity to run sophisticated treatment systems, the governance or managerial capacity to operate their systems effectively, or the financial capacity to support growing operation and maintenance costs. Our annual needs assessment reviews these indicators and a few more for every public water system to see if they're at risk of not being able to provide safe drinking water. Slide. The Human Right to Water law declares that every human being has the right to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible water adequate for human consumption, cooking, and sanitary purposes. To this end, SAFER supports permanent and sustainable drinking water solutions to ensure all Californians have access to safe, affordable, and accessible drinking water. The tools used by SAFER to address challenges facing water systems include assessing systems needs and providing comprehensive water system support, including short and long-term solutions. So SAFER staff regularly reviews water quality monitoring reports and coordinates directly with water systems to identify the issues and potential solutions, and to understand the community's needs and get the system back on track to sustainably providing safe and affordable drinking water. Short-term solutions include such things as temporarily connecting a community to a safe water source or providing bottled water. And long-term solutions lead to self-sufficient drinking water systems. And they include such things as system upgrades, consolidation, and staff training and development. We also ensure equitable engagement and participation in all that we do. To do this, we're continuously evaluating ways to support community capacity building and involvement in SAFER. This includes making all SAFER materials available in English and Spanish, offering interpretation services, and encouraging participation through thoughtful meeting design. Additionally, staff receives input from this advisory group, which advises the State Water Board on the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund expenditure plan and other related safer drinking water program policies. And members from this group represent a variety of stakeholders, including public water systems, technical assistance providers, local agencies, tribal water systems, non-governmental organizations, state small water systems, domestic wells, and those served by community water systems in disadvantaged communities. Additionally, the Water Board has regulatory authorities. These are used to accelerate drinking water solutions when a water system has consistently failed to provide safe drinking water. This authority includes issuing violations and enforcing mandatory consolidations and system administrator appointments. SAFER projects are funded through a variety of funding sources. Each year, a needs assessment is performed that identifies water systems and domestic wells that are failing or at risk of failing to provide safe drinking water. This information is used to develop an annual fund expenditure plan that describes how safe and affordable drinking water funding will be spent, with priority given to small disadvantaged communities. SAFER also provides technical assistance. As we discussed earlier, communities with drinking water challenges may need help finding solutions and accessing funding. Technical assistance providers support communities with project planning, assessment, financing, and technical and managerial needs. Technical assistance is available to all water systems, but priority is given to small disadvantaged communities. Slide. Now let's discuss the process for achieving safe drinking water. Each year, staff conducts an annual needs assessment to identify water systems and domestic wells that are failing or at risk of failing to provide safe drinking water. This information is used to develop an annual fund expenditure plan. That plan describes how safe and affordable drinking water funding will be spent, with priority given to small and disadvantaged communities. Staff then proactively engages with water systems and communities identified through the needs assessment process to collaboratively develop a solution to address their drinking water challenges. Finally, a solution is implemented to get the system back on track to sustainably providing safe and affordable drinking water. Slide, please. Who implements SAFER? The State Water Board's divisions of drinking water and financial assistance, supported by the Office of Public Participation and the Office of Public Affairs, serve as the primary administrators of the SAFER program. The Division of Drinking Water issues permits and enforces compliance with the California Safe Drinking Water Act, including ordering mandatory consolidations and appointing administrators. The Department of Financial Assistance administers several financial assistance programs to assist with the provision of safe drinking water. The Office of Public Participation supports general awareness of safer public engagement in local drinking water efforts and leads tribal drinking water solutions. And the Office of Public Affairs coordinates communication with media, including print media, radio, and social media. However, achieving safe drinking water requires collaboration with many different groups and stakeholders. Water systems, nonprofits, governments, this advisory group, technical assistance providers, community leaders, and many other stakeholders have to work together to develop and implement local solutions for safe and affordable drinking water. Slide, please. This is the first time that we've developed a public-facing work plan at the request of the public, as Adriana noted earlier. This is our first public-facing doc to communicate our work outwardly, and we hope that the public will help us to better understand the work that we do and give us feedback on how to shape and implement the program. The Safer Work Plan serves as a roadmap for program staff and management and as a communication tool for the public, stakeholders, and partners. The plan outlines the program's priorities, which were informed by several sources, including the annual needs assessment, the fund expenditure plan, and input from stakeholders, this advisory group, state water board members, and program staff. It also outlines the program activities and goals of the Division of Drinking Water, Division of Financial Assistance, Office of Public Participation, and Office of Public Affairs for the next 2 years. Lastly, the work plan is flexible and adaptable and is meant to respond to changing priorities and new challenges. Program staff will keep the advisory group informed on the status of the work plan and will evaluate and make any changes needed to the plan, updated as appropriate, but at minimum annually. The plan will be brought to the advisory group for feedback on any proposed major changes. Slide, please. The Safer Work Plan includes 7 key program areas. And those areas are engagement, data acquisition and systems, needs assessment, drinking water solutions, tribal affairs, funding process, and communications. The plan outlines the specific areas within each program the specific actions within each program area that will be taken to achieve our overall program goals. And it also includes strategic focus areas, priority projects, and performance targets for each area. And we're going to go over that a little more in detail later. You're going to hear a short highlight presentation for each of the work plan areas. And this is going to be broken into 2 sections with a short break in between. For each session, we'll review a few of the program areas, or work plan areas, and then we'll open it up for questions. And then we're going to break into groups where we'll be answering a set of questions about each program area. In the same way that your feedback inspired this plan, we're looking for your feedback to help us improve upon it. And with that, I'd like to introduce or reintroduce Adriana, who will be discussing the safer engagement.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Alicia.
Thank you.
So we're going to get into the individual program areas. So what I want to highlight here is we're going to hear 1 through 4 right now. So engagement, data, needs assessment, and drinking water solutions. We're going to pause, see if you have any clarifying questions, and then we're going to go into small group discussions. Then we'll take a lunch break and then come back to program area 5, 6, and 7. All right. So if you have any questions, you can put them in the chat or you can write them down, and then we'll come back when we get to that Q&A portion. All right. So the first section we're going to talk about is engagement. So in order for us to achieve safe drinking water, this really requires collaboration from many different groups and stakeholders. You saw on the screen when Alicia was showing that photo of who implements SAFER, that slide, there was a lot of different groups involved. So proactive engagement with both water systems and communities is a really core aspect of the drinking water program. In terms of the engagement focus areas, there's 4 that we want to cover. The first one is leveraging expert guidance. local and regional engagement, collaborative partnership, and statewide awareness. So when we're talking about receiving expert guidance, we're really talking about the SAFER Advisory Group. So like Board Member Firestone mentioned earlier, we really rely on this advisory group for the feedback and to give us feedback on the growth and the direction of the SAFER program. We're going to continue to convene the SAFER Advisory Group, and we're always looking for ways to improve the way we engage with you, and we solicit your guidance. So your feedback on that today would be really helpful too. I think in particular, it'd be helpful to know if there's other ways that you all recommend that we engage you all as advisory group members, even beyond these quarterly meetings as well. When it comes to engaging at the local and regional levels, the Division of Drinking Water has local district drinking water offices located across the state. And each of those offices is responsible for overseeing the public water systems within their district. So in addition to just making sure that those water systems are meeting the safe drinking water laws and standards, those drinking water offices, they really act as the first point of communication for those water systems that are struggling to maintain safe drinking water. And depending on what they're struggling with, Division of Drinking Water staff connect them with technical or financial assistance as needed. The Office of Public Participation and the Division of Drinking Water work closely to develop local and regional approaches for safe drinking water. And we convene different tailored meetings for each of the water systems that we're working with. So depending on what the issue is, meeting topics can range from either just providing educational overview of that community's water and helping dispel any myths about water or any uncertainty that the community may have. Sometimes we host meetings to share about options for voluntary consolidations, or when mandatory consolidations are mandated, we also share meetings to help people understand that process. When an administrator is appointed, we also host meetings to help people understand who is going to be appointed and what their responsibilities will be. And then in some cases, we also facilitate larger region-wide efforts, especially for areas where there are many water systems in need of drinking water solutions, or there's areas with domestic wells that are also in need of solutions. So all of the meetings that we hold, they are both part of our legal public engagement requirements, and at the same time, they're also an opportunity for us to support voluntary approaches to safe drinking water, and an opportunity for impacted residents to learn about what's happening and then to provide input on the solutions that are being considered in their community. So we tailor each of our engagement approaches to that specific community and whatever it is that their unique circumstance is. And when we're developing those meetings, we do consider accessibility, whether it's providing language, choosing accessible meeting venues, sending materials in the mail if there's issues around internet access, and then working with local leaders to spread awareness about upcoming engagement opportunities. So that's going to continue on in the next couple of years as well. The third focus area in engagement is collaborative partnerships. So one of the strategies that we're hoping to kick off this year is a partnership to address barriers for community engagement. So last year, we brought you all a proposal that we had to partner with an organization to increase outreach and engagement in hard to reach communities. And so this year, we're really hoping to kick that process off. Specifically, we're going to be developing an engagement approach for a handful of communities that are served by domestic wells and state small water systems. For these communities, domestic well communities and state small water systems, we know that direct and consistent outreach on the ground is necessary. And at the same time, we also know that this direct outreach is best done by trusted messengers who are in the community. And we also know that this level of engagement, this direct outreach and engagement that's needed, is really hard work and it deserves to be compensated. So under this collaborative partnership framework, we've been working to identify a funding partner that can help us establish a process to work with community-based groups to help expand this outreach. We are currently in the process of developing a funding agreement with a potential funding partner, and we are excited about announcing this new partnership soon in the next couple of months. All right, and then the second main focus area within the engagement section is increasing state awareness and education. So in addition to the local targeted meetings and the regional projects, we also recognize that there is a need for broader public awareness to educate all Californians on the SAFER program, on ways to access these resources, and also to share the successes and the activities that the program is engaging in. So like we mentioned in our onboarding, one of the big priorities for this year is a revamp of our SAFER website. We're going to be revamping it to make it more accessible and to make it easier for people to find what they're looking for. We'll also be hosting general public education workshops, and then we're going to continue to present at existing collaborative spaces. So with that, if you are aware of existing meetings that would benefit from a presentation about opportunities for funding under SAFER, let us know, and we're happy to join your groups to offer that. All right, with that, I will pass the mic now to Karen, who's going to walk us through data acquisitions.
Great, thanks, Adriana. My name is Karen Ishimoto. I work with our quality assurance section with the Division of Drinking Water. I'm just going to walk you through a little bit of what we've been doing and what we're planning to do shortly in the data aspect. So if you go to the next slide, really collecting, maintaining, and publishing data of known and documented quality is integral to making sure that our decisions and the decisions others are making really have a strong foundation. So to that end, we are continuing to work to enhance our data systems to better support decision making and better make data and information available to all of you. One of the key systems that we've been working on continuing to develop currently is the SAFER Clearinghouse. The SAFER Clearinghouse currently supports tracking our engagement unit works as well as drought reporting, which can really help show both accountability for how the engagement units are working with communities that are struggling in California, as well as trying to identify systems that may not have an adequate supply of water before they run out. So in addition to the SAFER Clearinghouse, which is continuing to be under development and be enhanced, we also are working on visualizations such as new dashboards to really help make all of this information that we're collecting available to you all and other stakeholders. One of the aspect dashboards Alicia showed just a couple of minutes ago, the SAFER dashboard can show all those water systems that are currently not having access to safe drinking water, as well as the results of the risk assessment. So this is a really good dashboard to help, dig in on the data and understand why systems are failing, where, why, as well as those that are at risk of failing in the future. Kristen also popped in the chat a new dashboard that we recently got up that shows the preliminary risk assessment results for state small water systems and domestic wells. This is really exciting to be able to get some data visualizations out for state smalls and domestic wells that we didn't previously have available. It's got some really neat tools. I encourage you to take a look at it. You can filter by distance that your state small or maybe your domestic well is from a community water system. See if it's within the boundaries of a water system and some of those risk factors under water quality, water shortage, or socioeconomic risk. So encourage you to take it out, to take a look at that dashboard. We are continuing to develop and try to enhance visualizations and data access. I just want to take a minute though to really recognize This work isn't happening in a vacuum. I really appreciate all of the stakeholders and our partner agencies that are helping us develop these data tools. Those with both within the Water Board and also those at the California Public Utilities Commission have been great at coordinating and really helping us with our data planning and trying to be mindful of what we are collecting and when. So with that, I will turn it over to the next speaker, which I believe is Kristen.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kristen Ampold. I'm the senior for our needs analysis unit within the Division of Drinking Water, and we conduct the annual drinking water needs assessment. Next slide, please. So you heard Karen reference it. The annual needs assessment is a big data analysis effort where we're identifying failing public water systems, at-risk public water systems, state small water systems, and domestic wells. We typically conduct a cost assessment, trying to figure out what that price tag might be to implement interim and long-term solutions for those communities that are at risk or failing. And then we also conduct an affordability assessment to try to assess whether or not those communities may be experiencing challenges in paying for water services. It may indicate that they may not be able to afford those long-term solutions. All of this information, which there's a lot of it, is really being put out there for the public and for our own staff to better understand where the challenges are located in the state and what those challenges are, and to try to help with setting priorities for the types of engagement, technical assistance, and funding that's needed, again, to implement those long-term solutions. So we put all of this data out there in a report, but also in those dashboards that Karen was referencing, in the hopes that they're useful for you all in your recommendations to us on how we should prioritize our funding. And again, if you have suggestions on how we can better improve our analysis or what we should be looking at for identifying failing and at-risk systems, we want to hear from you. It's a methodology that keeps evolving as we get better data over time. And with that, I'll move on to the next. Megan.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Megan Tosney. I'm an Assistant Deputy Director in our Division of Financial Assistance. I'm over our Office of Sustainable Water Solutions that focuses on technical assistance and funding, and primarily for small disadvantaged communities, but for small communities generally. Next slide. So we just wanted to give a little bit of background on the SAFER program and the various funding sources that go into supporting the program. We have funds coming from the general fund. We also have various money coming from older infrastructure bonds. We get money from the Drinking Water SRF, and a lot of that comes in the form of principal forgiveness, which is like a grant. And then sort of the centerpiece here is the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. We get about $130 million annually to support that, and are able to use those funds for sort of unique things that are non-capital related, which essentially means, you know, apart from sort of infrastructure and building projects, but for other types of needs. Next slide. So this is from our annual fund expenditure plan that we write each year for the SAFER program, and specifically for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. And these are the priority areas where we're focusing our efforts. In general, they're not necessarily in priority order. They're sort of just the general areas that we focus our attention on. First is emergency and urgent funding needs. So this is things like interim bottled or hauled water. Sometimes we do emergency repairs to a well or something like that. If there's an outage, the system, something that's like a very urgent nature. Also, we have assisting water systems that are out of compliance with drinking water standards. So a lot of times we refer to that as failing systems, or also for at risk. And then another huge priority for us is accelerating consolidations, and particularly looking at the regional scale consolidation opportunities. We also have a goal to expedite planning work through technical assistance, essentially, by helping communities directly through existing agreements that we have, rather than having them have to go through a whole application process just to access funds for planning. Let's see. And then the next one here is interim solutions and planning efforts for long-term solutions, specifically for state smalls and domestic wells, as opposed to public water systems. And then we have providing direct operation and maintenance support for water systems that have high affordability burdens. This is a new priority that we added last year and that we've been working on developing a framework for this year. And then finally, ensuring that we are doing work consistent with our racial equity resolution and action plan. And we've recently incorporated a lot of data into our fund expenditure plan that helps us sort of monitor how we're doing in regards to this aspect. Next slide. So again, I touched on some of this on the last slide. Main focus areas are emergency drinking water, technical assistance, operation and maintenance. We also do a lot of work related to community outreach and education. Also, training work through some of our technical assistance contracts. And then as far as infrastructure improvements, we do a lot. We can do installing new wells, either because of contamination or if there is a water shortage issue. We also fund consolidations and also other things like treatment, or even more basic infrastructure needs like a new tank or pipeline replacement and all of that. So pretty broad eligibilities as far as the capital projects go. Next slide. Okay, so just wanted to give you sort of that baseline background on some of our funding before we dive into these efforts that we have planned for the work plan. So starting with community water systems, the first bullet here is talking about regional scale consolidations. And so I, sort of already touched on this, that we want to ensure that our planning and technical assistance work is looking broadly at opportunities and not sort of doing one-off solutions for individual systems, but if there are areas where there's the potential to address multiple systems as part of a single project or some maybe a longer term phased project, we really want to encourage that to be happening. A lot of times this can involve partnering with like a larger agency that might do a sort of regional planning effort to assist multiple systems in an area. And we've had some good success with that model, and we're continuing to try to do more. The next one here is expansion of our drinking water technical assistance program. We are starting work now with 5 new technical assistance providers that we have recruited in as part of a request for qualifications process that we started last year. And that is about $50 million that we've awarded to those providers. And this is going to help us, significantly increase the bandwidth and the number of communities that we're able to assist under the technical assistance program. And then next up, we have the operation and maintenance funding. This, like I said, to this point, we've primarily done some case-by-case considerations of O&M funding, where there's sort of very unique challenges coming up with affordability or revenue streams for systems and that sort of thing. So we have approved some of those cases over the last couple of years, but our goal here now is to develop a sort of a broader framework that would provide assistance more consistently on a statewide basis. We are aiming to try to have guidelines for that developed by June. And we are tentatively planning to have a workshop to sort of share our initial ideas on that in the next couple of months. So there will be definitely more information coming out about that. And I expect a lot of interest in, sort of how we're approaching that, because it's a very new effort. And then finally, we have enhanced enforcement and standardization of enforcement. This is really more so in the Division of Drinking Water side, but definitely goes hand in hand with our efforts in funding. Obviously the goal here is to try to encourage progress, broadly, but also specifically with projects that are involved in our funding process to ensure that they're progressing, and that if they're not, the regulator is involved to help ensure progress. And I think that kind of covers it for community water systems. As far as state smalls and domestic wells go, some of our major upcoming efforts, we continue to try to work to expand our countywide and regional funding program. We set up this solicitation probably like around 18 months ago, I would say. The goal here is to try to address homes that are served by state smalls or domestic wells. And we can do things like well sampling, bottled or hauled water, point of use treatment, also long-term solutions like new wells or connecting homes to existing systems if they're available. Right now we have coverage on around 15 counties with a few applications in process. And then there's a few additional counties that have more limited programs specifically just to provide hauled water that are funded through the Department of Water Resources. And so we continue to coordinate with them to try to expand coverage, because there are a lot of counties with significant needs. And then increasing engagement in priority communities. Adriana touched on this a bit in some of the ideas that we're working on to help support community experts that can work in communities with engagement and education. And so we're trying to develop an approach on that and should have more to share soon. And then finally, another major effort is funding for our point of use and point of entry pilot projects that were identified as part of a report that was produced by the Division of Drinking Water on point of use and point of entry. And so there were recommendations for several pilot studies to work on both technical issues and approaches, and also some best practices for education and outreach. And so we are putting together some projects that would develop materials to share out to the public about some of those aspects as well. Next slide. And that's it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Megan, and to all the presenters here. So we've come to our clarifying question and answer section. We have about 10 minutes. This is not an opportunity for comments. We'll have that towards the end. But if there's anything that you heard today that you're unsure about, that you need clarification on before you can provide feedback or guidance, this is your opportunity. So you can either select raised hand under the reactions button. So reactions looks like this smiley face with the plus sign. You'll click on it and then you'll raise your hand and we'll call on you. If you're on the phone, you can select *9 to raise your hand, and then we'll send you the notification to unmute yourself. All right. So the first person whose hand I see raised is Chelsea. So go for it.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you for your patience as I juggle multiple devices. Thank you all for your great presentations. I learned a lot. And I'm particularly interested in the priority activities and projects, Megan, that you outlined. for the work plan, and just have a couple of clarifying questions. I was curious to learn more about enhanced enforcement efforts and what that could look like. And because I'm a new member, I don't have a lot of historical background on what, if any, enforcement actions have been taken, and just based on what's happened in the past, how are you all approaching beginning enforcement or additional enforcement efforts? That's clarifying question number one. I was also really curious about just to learn more about some of the challenges that you may be facing with countywide and regional funding solicitations. And I'm thinking about in particular counties with local primacy, how, and I'm sure this is different across the state, but some of the challenges you might be facing and working with local primacy counties and plans to really further engage those counties to really start getting dollars to communities and work getting started on the ground. Thank you.
So I honestly am tempted to say that the enforcement discussion should really be responded to by Division of Drinking Water. I know Andrew has a sick kid today and wasn't able to make it on, so I don't know if that's something that we should maybe just table to this afternoon, because I think he's going to be on and he can provide a more in-depth response on sort of what Division of Drinking Water is doing with regard to enforcement efforts right now. As far as the countywide and regional programs and sort of efforts to engage counties, there's a couple different things that we are doing now. And so we did initially have a big outreach effort to like executive level staff at counties, because we'd often have discussions with staff at counties and they would just feel overwhelmed and not want to pursue a proposal. And so we tried to make sure that the information was getting shared at a high level and hopefully being considered at a high level as to whether these counties should be pursuing this funding. We have done several workshops with county folks to make sure they are aware of what's available and to, answer questions about it. I would say one thing I've heard as a hurdle for some of them is an interest in having advance payment in order to be able to implement these programs. And so that is something we're working on more broadly in our division. And as we're sort of piloting it right now and developing procedures for advance payment. And so it's possible that as that becomes potentially more broadly applicable, that will be an incentive to get more counties involved. And then we do have one other thing set up, which is that Self-Help Enterprises has an existing regional program that covers 9 counties in the San Joaquin Valley, and they've been doing this kind of work for a long time. And so we've set something up in our agreement with them where they can be funded to sort of work one-on-one with county staff to help them understand what it involves when you undertake a program like this, help them develop what the scope of their program and budget and all of that will be to help them develop successful proposals and programs. So those are some of the things we've been doing, but certainly open to other input that folks may have.
Thank you. That's really helpful. May I ask a quick follow-up question to the last point you made?
Sure.
That was really helpful for me to learn about the work that Self-Help and Water Board and the counties are doing in the San Joaquin Valley. So in terms of advance payments, is that something that you've worked out with Self-Help's contract and that supports their ability to provide technical assistance and work with the county?
So, we've been working with Self-Help on this type of work for probably close to a decade now. And we have just sort of more recently had authorities to provide advanced pay. We did incorporate into one of self-help's agreements, in particular, the one they use to provide hauled water, which is their sort of most expensive on a monthly basis program. And so we're using that as a pilot to sort of make sure we understand the challenges and have the right processes in place. So they are sort of our guinea pig on our advance payment development.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Megan. And thank you, Chelsea. Really great questions. Chelsea, I noted down your question around enforcement. So when Andrew comes to join the meeting in the second half, when we get to the Q&A portion for discussion 2, we'll open up with that question and we'll ask him to clarify how we have been enforcing the Safe Drinking Water Act in the past, and also how our new regulatory authorities like appointing an administrator and mandating consolidations has also shifted the way that the water boards enforces. So we'll ask Andrew to clarify that. All right, so next up, I see Michael Prado Sr., and then we'll go to Kristen Dobbin, and we'll close out the Q&A for now, and then transition to our small groups.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Michael.
Hi, Megan. My question is, how many, I heard you say you had, the state has 5 TA providers. Who are them? Who are
So
they?
we have an existing group of more like 10 providers that we've been working with since Prop 1 technical assistance started, again, probably close to 10 years ago now. So we have that group, and then we have 5 new providers that we're adding, and those are all consulting firms, which is a new approach for us to be directly funding consulting firms through our grants. So we do have a list posted online that I can put in the chat if folks want to have the specific list of who we're working with.
Okay, now another question would be the 5 that you added. You have 10 you said already, and you have 5 more you're going to add, so that's 15. Or does 5 include in the 10?
That's right. It's more like 15 now.
15.
Yeah.
Now, do all of these providers, the consulting people, let's say, do they have to go through self-help first, and then self-help gets the consulting group, or the consulting
No,
group?
so with this new approach, we're providing funding directly to the consulting firms. I think what you're referring to in the past is that self-help has obviously hired consultants to help with some of their technical assistance work. And so as part of their implementation, they have had subcontracts with contractors or consultants to get some of the planning work done under their TA agreements. That will continue to be an option for them, but we'll also have these new grant agreements where we're contracting directly with consulting firms, and they will be working directly with the communities to provide help.
Now, these consulting firms that you're referring to, are they privately owned, or are they?
They are.
Privately?
Yes.
So then there would be stepping on profit per se as versus nonprofit?
There is so much work to go around that there's, I think they're all going to be working together cooperatively.
Well, that kind of didn't really answer my question.
Well, can you ask it again?
Okay, my question is, Adriana, help me.
Are they what?
Adriana?
Yes, is your question here kind of why did the water boards make the transition to work with private companies, and how does that affect nonprofits?
A company working to profit or make profit versus a nonprofit self-help, let's say, or RCAC.
Yeah.
So I mean,
basically, I'll shoot it straight out. If you hire, for example, PNP as a TA provider, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would would they, I lost my chain of thinking, darn it. Well, what did I ask you? I'm sorry.
So I think maybe your question is like, is us hiring the private firms going to take away
Right. There you go.
the nonprofits' ability
You-
to continue doing what they're doing?
You hit it
And
on the nail. Yes.
we don't feel that that's going to be an issue. You know, we can fully intend to continue providing funding at the levels that we have to those nonprofit providers, but they have really reached their capacity to be able to address all the needs that we have. And, you know, we reached a point last year where we essentially had to stop assigning any new TA because all of our providers did not have bandwidth for any new assignments. And so we developed a backlog of needs. And so this is just another way of being able to address the very large number of needs that we have.
Okay, Megan, thank you so much. Lastly, what are the 5 names that are being added?
The 5 new firms?
Yes.
I will put them in the chat for you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
All
right.
Well, and I mean, I can even just name them here. That's fine. I have the list. So we're working with GHD, PMP, NV5, Stantec, and Coleman.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Megan, and thank you, Michael Prado Sr. That's a great question. And this is a new thing, you know, so for many, many years, the state water board's technical assistance providers were only nonprofit. So this change that you're seeing with these new private firms were really us noticing that we were having, you know, workflow issues. We were unable to really meet the need, and we needed to expand the partners that we work with to support water systems. And so that's why that change has been made, but it's a relatively new one. And I also want to share that there's still such a unique skill set that nonprofit providers serve when it comes to safe drinking water, anything related to education, capacity building, and community outreach and engagement. That's still a very unique skill set. And so part of what we do when an entity applies to be a technical assistance provider is they have to show what categories of assistance they're looking to provide. So we don't always assume that they're going to be the best ones to do outreach and engagement or capacity building. And so just want to highlight that we welcome applications from many different groups, and they don't have to be skilled in everything, but we do ask for their kind of background and expertise so that we can place them in the right community or in the right assignment. So in the chat, I put in there a list of the table with our existing technical assistance providers. It doesn't include the new ones that Megan just talked about. And then there's also a fact sheet in the chat with just what our technical assistance provider program is able to offer to communities. The last thing I'll put in the chat before we go to Kristen is just the website where you can find more about the technical assistance provider program. All right, so Kristen?
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, sorry, I switched headphones. So my question is about consolidation, and I saw in the presentation, the program's looking to prioritize regionalization. And then in the work plan that we were sent, there was some language about unlikely to be consolidated in the rural engagement unit, and then the North and South engagement units working on consolidation primarily. And I'm curious if we're defining consolidation in this work plan as physical consolidation, because there does seem to be some overlap if we think about managerial consolidation. And so where that's falling when we're talking about systems being unlikely to be consolidated and maybe going in the rural engagement unit, and if there's some crossover. Anyways, are we defining consolidation as strictly physical consolidation in this group, or kind of like how that's working in? Thank you.
I can respond, and then definitely anyone from DDW, feel free to chime in. I mean, we definitely look at consolidation more broadly and would consider managerial consolidation to be a solution as well. I think in the way that DDW has named those units, it's kind of more in the context of physical consolidation, and a lot of the systems that are in that group that Chad oversees that are like the rural, harder to consolidate, managerial consolidation actually could be a potential solution there, but it's sort of just a way of sort of sorting them for the purposes of assigning workload, if that makes sense. But you're right that it's something we need to be careful about the way we use the terminology and be very clear.
I'll chip in also. Kristen, I think it's a really great question, and certainly implies physical consolidation, like you said. And the northern and southern engagement units are really prioritizing physical consolidation, and the rural solution unit, we are kind of prioritizing managerial consolidation, right? Because if that solution exists, that would be fantastic, even if folks are too far spread out to be physically consolidated. So I think I'm just repeating what Megan said. So.
Thank you. That's helpful.
All right. Okay, folks. Well, we need to transition to our breakout rooms again. When we come back, you'll have another opportunity if there's any questions that have come up. But for now, let's transition to our instructions here. So in a little bit, you're going to get an invitation to join a breakout room, and you're going to be in a small group with either 4 or 3 people. In your breakout group, what's going to be unique about this time around is there will not be a state water board staff facilitator. So when you're in your group, we're going to be inviting you all to identify roles within your group. So we're going to ask that somebody be a note taker. So in a little bit, Caroline will add a Google Doc in the chat where we're asking folks to take notes for your group. So identify who is going to be the note taker for your group. You're going to want to identify the facilitator. So who's going to make sure that the discussion is flowing and that people are taking turns talking. We're going to ask that you have a timekeeper that just makes sure that you have that you're budgeting time within your breakout room. We will send reminders, but a timekeeper is somebody who can make sure that you're not spending all of your time on one topic. And then you're going to want to choose a reporter. So somebody who's going to present on the notes that your group has developed. We're trying this format around so that you have an opportunity to write your own notes, and that'll help us make sure that when we draft up the summary notes of this advisory group, we're hearing directly from the words that you wrote. So for each topic, you're going to have an opportunity for each of the 4 topics. So engagement, data acquisition, needs assessment, and drinking water solutions. You'll have about 10 minutes per topic. You don't need to answer all of the questions that are here. The questions that are on the screen and in your Google Doc, those are just to help prompt your discussion. But in general, the big picture feedback we're looking for is what do you think about the priority projects or the strategies that we've talked about? So like we said, the sections themselves are not going to change, but the priorities and what we focus on might. And so if you have any feedback around how we should prioritize our work or other strategies that we should try, that's what we're really looking for your feedback on today. All right. So if you have any questions in your discussion, go ahead and just write them down in the Google Doc, and we will answer them when we come back. You should have them in the chat now. So go ahead and open it up. There's an English version and a Spanish version. So make sure that you have the Google Doc open before we open up the breakout rooms. And give me a thumbs up with your reactions just to make sure that you're able to access that document and you're good to go. Okay. Thank you, Kristen and Eva and Esther and Jim. Yes, we will resend it in the chat right now. Let me know if you are able to get that. Okay, thank you, Tanya, Eliana, Eric. Okay. Okay, so it sounds like most people are in the Google document. That's a document we're going to ask that you take your notes on. So as a reminder, even though SAFER staff are not going to be facilitating the meetings, we may pop in and out just to see if you have any questions or if you need any support. All right. Any final questions before we transition? I'm seeing there's a question, can you take a 5-minute break? We'll open up the breakout rooms. And once you're in your breakout rooms and you establish roles, if you need to take a step out and take a break, you're welcome to do so. Just communicate with your team that you'll take a step back. All right. But for now, we're going to go ahead and open up the breakout rooms and we will be sending out reminders for time.
How are you, Kristen? Can you hear me all right?
Hey, is this Chelsea?
Yeah.
Let me move you to, you're in the wrong room.
Oh, okay.
Hold on a second as we tried to, are you able to, Chelsea, are you able to join by your computer? This room is going to be Spanish only. And so because you're on the phone, I can't move you to the room where your other screen is, where your video screen is.
Adriana, I think I moved Chelsea to the room 5, or she.
Oh,
should.
you did?
Yes,
Perfect.
even by phone. I forced it, so she should be there.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you, Adriana.
Okay. Okay. Eric, Marta, Esther, Isabel, ustedes se van a quedar en esta sala principal y no se van a mover a otra sala virtual.
Ahorita estoy tratando de abrir el documento en mi otra pantalla.
Perfecto, Eric.
Señora Curiel, señora Isabel, señora Esther, ¿gustarían alguna responsabilidad específica para el grupo que estamos?
Aló,
Hola,
hola, no escucho yo.
¿nos escucha?
Yo tampoco escucho, soy Esther.
No nos pueden.
Sí, yo soy Isabel y no escucho nada.
Mark, are you able to hear us?
Okay.
¿Ya? ¿Sí me escuchan?
Yes.
Ahora sí.
Okay.
Ahora sí.
Perfecto.
Gracias.
Yo cambié mi lenguaje a español, pues entonces ya podemos hablar. Estaba preguntando si alguno de ustedes
Okay.
una específica responsabilidad para el grupo que ahorita estamos empezando.
O sea, para hacer las notas, right?
Sí, creo que es un facilitador, tomar notas, tomar el tiempo y alguien que va a reportar al grupo entero. ¿Hay alguno? Yo estoy confortable en hacer el que sea.
Para mí está muy bien. Está bien si tú lo haces. Yo también, el que sea está bien.
Esther, ¿escuchas?
Sí, sí, escucho.
¿Aló, Esther?
¿Me escuchas? ¿Me escuchan?
Yo sí.
Falta Esther y Marta, ¿verdad?
Yo escucho a Esther, pero no he escuchado a Marta todavía.
Ay, yo no la escucho a Esther tampoco. Ni a Marta.
Cambió.
Tal vez sí. Disculpa, tal vez si le presionas el unmute.
Hola. Oh, a ver, dame.
Está en el botón de lenguaje, Isabel, donde dice inglés-español y abajo dice unmute.
Esther, ¿escuchas ahora sí?
Sí, yo te estoy escuchando.
Sí, nomás que te escucho bien bajito, pero ya te escuché ahora sí.
Ahora la escucho bien bajo.
Ajá, está bien bajo.
Gracias. Ok. Señora Curiel, ¿nos escucha?
Ajá, perfectamente.
Excelente. Ok, pues, ¿quién gustaría tomar el tiempo para asegurar que no nos pasemos de tiempo en un tema?
¿Cuánto tiempo quieres dar en cada tema?
No creo que escuché qué tanto tiempo nos van a dar para la junta entera. ¿Alguien escuchó cuánto tiempo vamos a tener?
No, yo no escuché.
No, lo único que explicaban era que no tomáramos mucho tiempo en cada tema para poder abarcarlos todos.
10 minutos. Okay, so this, habla Marina, el tiempo que van a tomar para esta sesión es 40 minutos.
Perfecto.
Ok.
Gracias.
Uno, cuatro, entonces serían 10 minutos en cada tema, ¿no?
Más o menos, sí.
Más o menos.
Más o menos.
Sí, exacto.
Ok, yo tomaría el tiempo, nomás de menos un segundo.
Excelente. Muchas gracias, Isabel.
Ok, ¿y quién va a tomar notas? ¿Quién va a facilitar la discusión? ¿Quién va a presentar? ¿Quiere tomar nota usted? Yo creo, no sé.
Si quiere tomar notas, dile ahí para que no.
Yo tomo nota.
Ok, perfecto. Gracias, señora Curiel.
Muy bien. ¿Ustedes me dicen cuándo empezamos?
Ok, gracias, Isabel. Señora Esther, ¿usted gustaría facilitar la conversación o gustaría reportar lo que discutimos en el grupo?
No sé si lo pudieras hacer mejor tú, para mí sería más cómodo.
Ok. ¿Cree que quiere que lo
Gracias.
hagamos dos?
Sí, está bien.
Yo estaría bien con eso.
Gracias.
Vamos a empezar la conversación aquí. La primera pregunta, déjeme sacar mi documento en español para que comparta la pregunta correctamente. La primera pregunta es sobre la participación y la pregunta es ¿cómo se alinean las prioridades de participación con los objetivos del programa SAFER?
Las preguntas.
Ok, entonces no te escribo, nomás le pongo.
¿Puedo poner las notas aquí o ya me queda? Como quiera.
Tengo que anotarla.
Sí, sí.
O la pregunta nomás, ¿no?
Baja lo que hagan, de lo que hablan aquí.
¿Alguien tiene alguna reacción a lo que la mesa estatal ha proveído sobre la participación?
Bueno, en mi caso, Isabel, estuve escuchando todo como lo estaban detallando. El plan se oye muy, pues bien, pero hay que esperar a mirar realmente los hechos, porque suena que se van moviendo en una dirección correcta al futuro. Para mí tenemos que seguir empapándonos de esto y estar dando nuestra sugerencia de nuestros problemas más que nada.
Muchas gracias, Isabel. Esther o la señora Curiel, ¿gustarían?
Sí, para mí en mi caso también yo veo que pinta bueno el plan, pero a mí en lo personal me gustaría ver realmente más comunidades que están afectadas. En este caso, por ejemplo, de las áreas tribales, yo no veo realmente personas que están directamente afectadas. En el caso de comunidades muy en desventaja, son pocas las comunidades que están aquí presentes. También igual familias de pozos privados, también son pocas las personas que están aquí presentes. Entonces, a mí en lo personal me gustaría ver personas o comunidades directamente afectadas que estén también más presentes. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Esther. Señora Curiel, ¿algo que quiere compartir?
Ahora sí.
Pues no, ahorita no tengo preguntas ni tengo, pero sí está bien, como dijo la compañera, participar más porque mucha gente pues quiere soluciones rápidas, pero pues no apoyan, no atienden las juntas, no preguntan y me gustaría que la gente se involucrara más.
Muchas gracias, señora Curiel. Solo lo que escuché es que gustaría que sería más fácil para la gente involucrarse en soluciones locales y también abogacía estatal. ¿Es correcto?
Es correcto.
Perfecto.
Sí.
Ok. Yo voy a compartir, ahora es mi turno. A ver, tengo unas notas aquí sobre las prioridades que tiene el grupo SAFER. A mí me gustó mucho ver que el grupo SAFER, el plan de trabajo está destacando coordinación y comunicación a los condados como una prioridad. Para mí, yo he visto que muchos de los condados no tienen una responsabilidad aquí, o tienen responsabilidad, pero no están involucrados, no están actuando para arreglar los problemas que las comunidades tienen. Entonces, me gustaría seguir viendo eso, que eso sea una prioridad. Como ustedes, me gusta lo que dice aquí, pero es importante que los condados en realidad hagan esos coordinación, hagan esos programas, porque también ellos tienen una responsabilidad aquí. También con los grupos de las organizaciones, me gustaría escuchar o ver más coordinación con ellos. Sé que muchos no tienen la capacidad de tomar más trabajo, como por ejemplo el Centro Comunitario por el Agua. Nosotros estamos involucrados en varios proyectos en la costa central, también en el Valle Central, pero no podemos tomar proyectos en todo el estado, ¿verdad? Y me gustaría ver cómo el estado puede seguir apoyando a otros grupos para involucrarse en este espacio, especialmente en en conectarse con la comunidad. Es algo que yo creo es muy importante para desarrollar los proyectos. Específicamente, hay muchos grupos como el grupo de Dolores Huerta, la Fundación de Dolores Huerta, ah, los, la Unión de Campesinos Unidos y otros grupos que tienen relaciones muy, muy fuertes con la comunidad. Ellos tienen han estado trabajando con miembros de la comunidad por mucho tiempo. Entonces me gustaría ver cómo el Estado puede tratar de invitarlos a seguir y tomar parte en conectarse con la comunidad. Creo que sería una buena manera de traer aún más apoyo, aún más gente que esté involucrado, porque ahorita hablamos como hay 10 o 15 ingenieros o grupos técnicos que están haciendo ese trabajo, pero no todos tienen la capacidad de conectarse con la comunidad, no todos tienen relaciones con la comunidad, entonces tenemos que agarrar más grupos que ya tienen eso para el grupo de SAFER.
Disculpe la molestia, que quieren nada más hacer un recordatorio que el grupo va a terminar su discusión a las 11:20. Entonces, nada más quería avisarles que tienen un poquito más de 30 minutos para cubrir todas las preguntas.
Gracias, Marina.
Gracias.
Y creo que es todo por mientras.
Ok. ¿Qué les parece si nos vamos al otro tema, como estamos por el tiempo, o quieren agregar algo más?
A mí está bien pasar al siguiente.
Estaría bien.
Ok.
Ok. El próximo es sobre la adquisición de sistema de datos. Y esta es una pregunta muy técnica, entonces yo no tengo mucha información para dar aquí, pero la pregunta es ¿qué mejoras le parecerían útiles? La pregunta creo que es ¿qué cosas se podrían hacer para mejorar los sistemas de datos de agua que tienen para las utilidades de agua?
Bueno,
en mi caso.
Ok, dale, Esther.
Ok, en mi caso, de lo que han explicado hasta ahorita del plan, yo tengo curiosidad de ver si, por ejemplo, aquí en este sistema de datos se encajaría, que yo no escuché en ningún momento el mejor control de pozos que se tienen tanto en la agricultura como en las comunidades. Entonces, para mí sería muy importante que ellos pudieran tener un control de pozos, porque realmente yo veo que ahorita a mi alrededor que se vino esta crisis de agua, yo veía muchos pozos que se estaban perforando, pozos nuevos. Y yo no sé realmente, o no he escuchado de parte de las mesas locales, y en este caso de SAFER, si tienen ellos esta información. Entonces, a mí me gustaría que ese sistema de datos también se dirigiera hacia este punto.
Muy buen punto, Esther.
Ok, igualmente yo, Isabel, va prácticamente a lo mismo. ¿Qué tanto control hay en manejar toda esa información y que realmente se estén instalando medidores a los pozos que existen y los pozos nuevos? Porque sí ha habido una gran demanda de perforación. Entonces, me imagino que ahí van los datos. O sea, realmente se está trabajando en capturar todo esto. ¿Y quién nos puede proveer para asegurarnos que sí se está llevando a cabo?
Gracias. Señora Curiel. Señora Curiel, ¿está ahí?
Aquí estoy.
Perfecto. ¿Tiene algún comentario, recomendación para este tema?
Ahorita tomó una llamada
Ok.
y no escuchó la pregunta. ¿Sí
Sí,
podía
sí,
preguntarle otra
claro que
vez?
sí. La pregunta es, ¿qué se puede hacer para mejorar, para usar los datos de los sistemas de agua? Y también la segunda pregunta es, ¿hay un tipo de dame un segundo.
De panel de control.
Ok, sí. Es que no me siento como que es un poco técnico la pregunta. So, hay algo
Sí,
como,
Ujú.
es como, hay un visual o un tipo de tabla que se puede usar para mejor priorizar o que se debe de priorizar para desarrollar.
Pues
Sí,
perdón. Mira, yo
vaya,
sí, voy a tratar de estar en las juntas que hacen aquí en el agua, a ver cuáles mejoras están preparando y para estar un poquito más preparada yo, porque pues para mejoras de la comunidad aquí, más bien nadie quiere participar y pues voy a tratar yo a ver si ya yendo a la junta, pues yo me voy a aprender pues más para las mejoras.
Muchas gracias, Marta. Yo entiendo aún esta pregunta es un poco dificultoso para mí responder también. No se sienta con pena.
No te preocupes, Marta, todos estamos aprendiendo y como residentes de comunidades pasamos las mismas situaciones. Es un proceso largo de educar a nuestra comunidad, lo importante de involucrarse a estas necesidades. O vas a ir aprendiendo, todos aprendemos un día a la vez. O bienvenida y nos vamos a ayudar entre todos. ¿Verdad, Eric? ¿Verdad, Esther?
Así es.
Sí, así es. Disculpe, lo que quería agregar es en segunda parte que dice que hay un tipo de panel de control u otro soporte visual que podríamos desarrollar en prioridad. En mi caso no sé si esté relacionado, pero me gustaría, por ejemplo, ver que esto de, por ejemplo, Safer y las mesas de agua locales es un tema que realmente lo conoce la gente en general. Yo me he dado personas que ni siquiera sabían que hay pozos que se están secando o que estamos en una crisis de agua. Entonces, para mí me sería muy importante que tanto dirigido en general a la gente de todo nuestro estado se podrían usar los medios de comunicación como viene siendo la media a través de TikTok o plataformas muy famosas, así como también los medios, en este caso televisión o así, para informar en cuestión de segundos de una forma visual lo que se está haciendo y lo que estamos viviendo en nuestro estado y en varios estados, que es la crisis de agua. Entonces, para mí sería muy importante que se pudiera concientizar en general a la población y de ahí seguramente va a venir también gente más interesada a estas mesas y sobre todo que nos haría conscientes al pueblo en general. Gracias.
Muy buena recomendación, Esther. Sí, creo que sí cómo la gente agarra la información y cómo la información es disponible al público es muy importante y creo que es muy conectado a este tema igual. Para
Creo que
mí,
debemos brincar.
sorry.
Ok, dale.
Bien rápido, yo iba a
Nos queda.
decir,
Sí.
lo que nosotros me gustaría también mirar es que la información que si se puede mirar la información que ellos ponen en el sitio basado como distritos legislativos. Por ejemplo, digamos, en este distrito de asamblea o ese distrito congresional hay esta necesidad o hay tanta deuda de agua. Creo que sería algo bueno para también usarlo en otra abogacía para que también los legisladores sepan los problemas que están pasando en el distrito. Esa es mi recomendación. Pero sigamos adelante a la evaluación de necesidades. Si se recuerdan, esto es lo que compartió Kristen, y evaluación de necesidades es un programa, un documento que examina qué tantas comunidades están en riesgo de contaminación, riesgo de sequía, etcétera, y también identifica los costos para arreglar los problemas en todo el estado. El estado de California ha medido que más de 10,000 millones de dólares, en inglés es billions, pero creo que no sé si es billones en español, ¿es correcto?
Sí.
Perfecto. 10,000 millones. Muy útil tener a
10,000.
Salvador aquí. 10,000 millones
Le ayudan.
para arreglar todos los problemas en California. Es mucho dinero. La pregunta es, ¿qué nueva información o análisis de datos podría orientar mejor sus recomendaciones?
Hola, de rápido, soy Caroline. ¿Me oyen?
Sí. Sí.
Nada más les quería avisar que tenemos el Google Doc en español también. No sé si lo han visto. Ahí lo voy a poner en el chat del meeting. Por si quieren contestar en español, aquí pueden. Y así no tienen que hacer la traducción.
Gracias. Creo que la señora Marta está tomando notas en su papel, creo, y yo estoy tomando notas en el documento de inglés.
Ok, va. Pero si quieren, ahí lo tenemos en español. Lo puse en el chat, ¿ok?
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias a ustedes.
Ok. Señora Isabel, señora Esther, señora Curiel, ¿alguna nueva información o nuevo tipo de análisis que le gustaría a ustedes mirar en la evaluación de necesidades para que ustedes puedan dar mejor recomendación aquí en el grupo asesor? Yo tengo algunas, si quieren que vaya primero.
Ok, dale, Eric.
Ok. A ver, déjenme ver aquí. A mí me gusta mucho este documento de análisis de necesidades. Creo que es muy importante para nosotros mirar todos los problemas que tenemos en el estado. Y como un grupo de asesores es importante familiarizar nosotros con este programa para que sabemos qué tanto dentro de nuestra comunidad son los problemas. Para mí, me gustaría más información sobre qué tanto cada contaminante de agua o cada impacto esté causando en las comunidades. Por ejemplo, sabemos que 10,000 millones de dólares son los que necesitamos para arreglar el problema, pero el programa SAFER y todo el dinero que tiene el Estado no es suficiente para eso, ¿verdad? No, el dinero aporcionado para los proyectos de agua no sea suficiente para arreglar todo ese problema. Entonces, me gustaría que el análisis de necesidades describiría cómo, cuáles entidades están causando algún problema, ¿verdad? Específicamente, sé que eso sería un poco dificultoso, entonces me gustaría que describieran qué contaminante está causando qué tanto costo en la necesidad de en la evaluación de necesidades. en 2021 empezaron a hablar sobre qué tanto costaría. A ver si lo puedo encontrar aquí. Y dice que cuánto costaría por conexión, ¿verdad? Como por nitrato o otro 1, 2, 3 TCP. A ver si lo encuentro. Ok, por ejemplo, para los que tienen 1, 2, 3 TCP en su agua, el Estado estimó que sería $319,000 por conexión para arreglar el problema. Como por el nitrato, el Estado estimó que sería $437,000 por conexión para arreglar el problema. Entonces, me gustaría ver que analizaran qué tanto sería el costo entero y también proveer información sobre qué es el costo específico dentro de una comunidad. Por ejemplo, si en el condado de Kern o el condado de Fresno, el condado de Tulare, me gustaría mirar qué tanto le costaría al Estado arreglar el problema de nitrato en ese condado, porque para mí daría información sobre cuáles grupos no están haciendo su parte o están causando problemas significantes y que el Estado lo está tratando de tener que arreglar. Esa sería mi recomendación.
Disculpe, tenemos 10 minutos.
Ok.
Gracias. Ajá.
Sí, a mí me parece excelente tu punto de vista, Eric. Y también me gustaría agregar que en este estudio o en las juntas que hemos tenido aquí, yo no he visto también la parte de ellos expliquen la contribución de especialistas que necesitamos en realidad que estén analizando nuestros suelos y nuestra agua subterránea, por ejemplo, geólogos o historiadores o otra clase de especialistas o personas que pueden estudiar a fondo el problema y ver para soluciones para todo el estado. Entonces también me gustaría que se mostrara más esa parte si tienen o que se buscara para que la crisis se pudiera mejorar o salir de ella más rápido, pues.
Muy buen punto, Esther.
Nos quedan pocos, acuérdense, nos quedan otro tema. ¿Algo más que vayan a agregar, Eric?
Para mí creo que es todo.
Esther y Marta.
Es todo en este punto para mí, gracias.
Okay.
Seguimos adelante. El último tema que tenemos es el tema sobre
soluciones de agua potable.
Exacto. Entonces, si se recuerdan, Megan compartió un poco sobre qué la mesa estatal está haciendo para proveer fondos a las comunidades que necesitan apoyo. Entonces, las preguntas son, ¿cómo se alinean las prioridades para los sistemas de agua comunitarios con los objetivos del programa SAFER? ¿Cómo se alinean las prioridades para los pequeños sistemas estatales y pozos domésticos con los objetivos de SAFER? ¿Y qué tipo de soluciones de agua potable deberían priorizarse en el futuro?
Ok, pues yo quiero comentar, Isabel. Para mí, o sea, quisiera que no, como mencionaba Esther, buscar, o sea, todos los asistencia que se pueda tener para ayudar a lo que es en pozos domésticos que están secándose y personas que quizás ni saben cuál es su problema de su agua, porque pues yo conozco personas que tienen sus pozos y ellos dicen mi agua está buena, entonces cómo manejar todo eso en ayudar a esas personas para que se den cuenta de la situación, número uno, y al que ya se le ha secado su pozo, cómo vamos a solucionar. Y número dos, es cómo consolidar, llegar en el futuro a consolidar pozos o comunidades más grandes con comunidades más pequeñas. ¿Me entienden? Porque si, por ejemplo, consolidan comunidades chicas con otra que es más grande, entonces se van a enfocar ya en un solo sistema, no en varios sistemas.
Muy buen punto, Isabel.
Para mí también en este punto, para mí también se me hace muy importante que tanto comunidades pequeñas como pozos privados que estén en riesgo o se hayan quedado sin agua, que este programa los pueda alcanzar de tal forma que no sea tan complicado, porque muchas veces al llegar estos programas a las mesas locales, se hace tan difícil y de una forma inalcanzable para estas pequeñas comunidades en riesgo o pozos privados que no se puede alcanzar. Entonces, a mí me gustaría que no se hiciera tan complicado, porque realmente es una crisis que están sufriendo tanto agricultores grandes, pero yo pienso que en más magnitud son las comunidades pequeñas desfavorecidas y familias de pozos privados.
Señora Curiel, ¿tiene algo para compartir?
No, no hay nada ahorita.
Muchas gracias. Para mí, yo tengo... A ver. Ok. Hablamos un poco sobre la mesa estatal tratando de comunicarse con nuevos grupos, nuevos condados para hacer el trabajo que es necesario. Me gustaría ver más, grupos, más condados, más agencias locales que están involucrados aquí específicamente en desarrollar proyectos.
No, but we allow that to happen with our water. Why?
I have concerns on the private firms too, having worked at one.
I could see they need assistance, but instead of, instead of hiring out, the way I see it is going to be like a legal firm. Every second they think about it, they're going to charge you instead of being paid out on actions and results. They're going to be paid on thoughts and copy making and, oh, I had to answer the phone and take a message. I now have to charge you for that. Like that just brings concerns to me. Hire somebody internally to process this and address these issues, because then you can hold them accountable more and have more managerial control over it. And then you can speak to your results, and you can speak to the actions. I'm not a micromanager, by the way, but I just feel that if you hold people accountable, they can, they make their own decisions and they can get the job done.
Yeah, I know, I get it. Yeah, I was surprised the way she described that.
Yeah, that kind of blew my mind. $50 million, we can do a lot for our water systems.
Well, here's the thing though, right? At a private firm, you have shareholders. I used to be one.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, those dividends are nice and they're big. Why is the state paying for private firms to have dividends to their shareholders? Do you guys mind if I write that down?
No, go ahead. Okay. I think it's something that needs to be prioritized, because for me, these are priorities that I think would help our water system. And I feel like right now there's a lot of sidestepping around it. And there's a lot of talking about what should be done, what could be done, what we think could be done. but I'm seeing like snail pace movement towards the process of what needs to actually be done, which, you know, by the time I die, maybe my kids will have safe water because that's the way the plan's looking like.
Sure, yeah, I get it. Okay. How do we do on time?
We are good. We still have time left. So I'm thinking if you guys want to take a break.
That sounds good to me.
Perfect. Wow.
Okay.
Awesome.
Pretty effective.
Great job.
Who's going to
guys.
report?
You guys are awesome.
Sarah, are you going to report?
Yeah, I'm happy to since my notes are somewhat incoherent, but yeah.
Oh, it says 5 more minutes. We have 5 more minutes, guys.
How do I get back to the screen? Oh my gosh.
I think they'll
you say
send
leave
back a
room.
join.
What?
Oh, do you see that?
Yeah, leave room at the bottom.
They're telling us to get out.
Yeah, let me see. Leave breakout room.
Why am I not seeing that?
It's supposed to be something. Oh, I see it now. So if you hover over the bottom of the screen, you can click leave room.
And then it say leave breakout room, and they will take you to the main meeting.
Oh, there it is. I see.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll see you guys in there.
Okay, guys.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you over there. Okay. Bye.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. It was great to pop into your breakout rooms and listen into your discussion. So I can't wait to hear everyone's report out. We're going to be taking a 10-minute break now. So we'll be back at how about 11:32, and then we'll start our second discussion. All right. So see you back at 11:32.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. This is Mark Gutierrez testing on a second device. Can I get confirmation you can hear me, please?
Ten four, copy.
Thank you, Michael.
Hi, Mark. I could hear you.
Perfecto. Thank you, Caroline. So I'll use this device whenever we have anything from Spanish into English so that it can come up on the webcast. So I'll use this device here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thanks.
All right, folks, if you stepped away from your computer, go ahead and come on back and either turn on your camera to let us know you're back with us, or you can even hit a reactions button so that we can know that you're back with us. All right. So we're getting into our discussion session part 2. So for this one, we're going to be discussing tribal affairs, our funding process, and communication. At the end of these 3, we'll also have a clarifying question and answer session. And then we will come back into small breakout groups, and then we'll break for lunch. This is a quick reminder to everybody if to just quickly double check your interpretation feature. So click the interpretation globe at the bottom of your screen and make sure that you are selecting what language you want to listen to. So if you want to listen in English, select English. If you want to listen in Spanish, select Spanish. But make sure you're not in the original audio so that you can hear both languages. This is also a reminder to select your PowerPoint, what PowerPoint you're viewing. So at the top of your screen, there should be more options. You can either click on my name, it's English PowerPoint, or Spanish PowerPoint. Okay. And if you need any support, just let us know in the chat. All right, so let's jump into tribal affairs. All right, so when it comes to working with California and Native American tribes, the State Water Board recognizes that tribal water systems face unique challenges to providing clean, safe, and affordable drinking water. So tribal water systems face similar challenges that public water systems also face, like technical, managerial, and financial capacity challenges. But they also have a unique set of challenges that are unique to tribal water systems. So even though the State Water Board does not regulate tribal water systems, and those are systems that are regulated by the federal government, by the United States Environmental Protection Agency, there are some funding gaps that the federal government is not able to address. So that's where the SAFER program really comes in, and being able to identify and fund those funding gaps. When the SAFER program engages with California Native American tribes, we are engaging with them through a government-to-government relationship to work with them collaboratively to develop their tribal drinking water solutions. This is important because this government-to-government relationship is a relationship that's consistent with our tribal consultation policy and the approach that the state of California engages with tribal nations. Right now in the SAFER program, we're currently working with 24 tribes on 27 projects, and we've awarded over $5 million to projects that benefit tribal communities. A big part of our work with working with tribal communities includes partnering with the United States Environmental Protection Agency to identify tribal water systems that are either failing or are struggling to provide safe and affordable drinking water. And based on the communication we receive from US EPA, so the US Environmental Protection Agency, we proactively outreach to those tribal water systems that they have identified as in need of additional support. After engaging in that direct engagement with that tribe, the Office of Public Participation serves as kind of a navigator to help collaboration between the tribe, our Division of Financial Assistance, other technical assistance providers, and then other federal agencies as well. So this upcoming year, what we really want to improve upon, or what we really want to focus on, is improving the way that tribal water system projects are identified, managed, and funded by the State Water Board, and how we collaborate with other federal agencies. So Currently, there's a lot of federal funding available for water capital infrastructure projects that tribal nations are able to apply for. But there are certain categories of drinking water needs that are uniquely able to be funded by the SAFER program. So some of that includes providing emergency water, so interim emergency water, providing operations and maintenance, and then providing funding for solutions where there are communities that include both native households and non-native households. So part of what we want to do in the SAFER program is really improve the way that we work with federal agencies so that we can continue to do collaborative funding agreements that help identify all of those gaps. The second thing we want to do is we really want to expand the resources and guidance that we're providing to water board staff so that they're better able to work collaboratively with tribes. So that includes training and other processes so that we're clear about our communications protocols and how to engage with tribal nations. And then the third priority that we have within tribal affairs is developing 2 new web pages on our webpage. One of them is developing a drinking water page on our tribal affairs webpage, and then developing a tribal page on our SAFER webpage. That way that there's 2 opportunities for tribes to find out more information about available funding that that's available to them. And we also want to use both of these web pages as a way to showcase the projects that are currently receiving SAFER funding and to celebrate those collaborative projects too. So that's a snapshot of what to expect for tribal affairs and the priority activities that we're hoping to prioritize. With that, I'm going to wrap this section up and then we're going to pass the mic to Megan, who's going to talk about the funding process.
Okay, so as far as funding process, you can go to the next slide. This is just a very high level summary of sort of how most of our grant programs work. Usually there's an application process that, and we review the application. We use information in the application to prepare a financing agreement. And then there's work after it's executed to sort of manage implementation, approve invoices and all of that. And then finally we close out the project. So we've simplified this down to 3 major funding focus areas. One is for the application process, one for the process to execute agreements, and then last steps related to administration after execution of a grant agreement. So just so you understand kind of how we've broken this out. Next slide. So for that first phase, where as part of the application process, there's a few major efforts we have going on right now in our process improvement work. One is a proposed expedited drinking water grant program. This is something that we have released draft guidelines for, and we held some workshops, and we have an upcoming board hearing next week on Wednesday to consider adoption of those draft guidelines. This would essentially create a streamlined process for a subset of our grant eligible projects so that we can move them more quickly to an executed grant agreement. We would, the way this is set up, we would essentially just need conceptual engineering, report of some sort to explain what the project's going to consist of and what it's going to cost, and some, pretty basic financial and ownership documentation and things like that to enable us to execute the funding agreement. And then some of the work that normally has to happen before we execute the agreement around financial review, environmental review, can occur after execution and be reimbursed as part of that agreement. So it's a new concept. We will be sort of evaluating how it's going, and we may potentially expand it out and do even more with that. Right now, it's limited to what we consider to be our higher priority projects, which is categories A through D, and also for consolidation projects, and up to a maximum of $15 million. So some projects will be redirected to our sort of standard funding process if they don't meet some of these criteria we've set out for this expedited program. But we will continue, to work on improvements for the standard program as well. As far as our alternative financial capacity review, this is a streamlining effort to minimize financial review in cases where we have sort of determined it's not necessary to do a full financial review. So specifically around planning applications and for consolidation projects where the receiving water system is like a large entity with a lot of capacity, we have significantly limited the level of financial review that we're going through with those projects because we have a certain level of confidence that they're pretty low risk, and we don't want to spend a lot of time reviewing systems that are in a good financial state, essentially. And then finally, ability to pay is related to work that we may be funding on for privately owned for-profit systems. So, the most common example is, for example, if there's work that needs to be funded at a mobile home park, oftentimes, well, not oftentimes, sometimes we find that those parks may be owned by like a large corporate entity. And so we are trying to sort of balance holding those types of owners accountable for funding work on property with ensuring that the residents get the improvements that they need. So we have been trying to find ways to sort of streamline our analysis of their ability to pay so that we can move projects through quickly without holding them up, while also still sort of ensuring that our funds are going to projects that need it most. And so that's another effort that's ongoing right now. Next slide. And then at the stage of executing agreements, a lot of this is related to just making things electronic. We've in the past done, hard copy mailing out of a lot of things that are signed, and they have to be returned, wet copy and all of that. And so now we are doing both grant agreements and technical assistance work plans electronically through Adobe Sign, which is making things a lot faster and less room for things to get lost and errors and that sort of thing. And then this first bullet here is around our emergency funding. We've come up with a very streamlined, sort of standardized grant agreement with some very basic fill in the blanks to help enable us to move from awarding funds to an executed agreement so that systems can get emergency funding dispersed as quickly as possible. And next slide. And then finally, related to post-execution, sort of managing the implementation, we have what we call the final budget approval process, which is after the bids have come in and a contractor is selected. The system will come to us to approve those final costs, and so that they can proceed with having construction funding dispersed. And so we've been working on a lot of efforts to streamline that and help enable systems to be able to move forward with getting construction disbursement more quickly after they've issued that notice to proceed, because a lot of the systems we work with, can't afford to carry those costs because they're expensive when we get to construction. We are also working, I already mentioned a bit earlier, on advanced payment processes. As I said, we're sort of piloting a few projects now, and then also are in the process of developing a broader framework for how that would be applied to our construction projects. And then finally, streamlining disbursement processes. This has to do with sort of taking a hard look at the backup documentation that we require with our invoices and trying to determine if there are certain things that we can, you know, sort of reduce the burden as far as how much backup documentation is required and help process things more quickly. And next slide, I think that may be it. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Megan. All right. Next up, we have Nefertiri Cooley and Jackie Carpenter.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Nefertiri with the Communications Office. I'm going to go over some high-level pieces of our communications plan that we're proposing, and then I'll hand it off to Jackie, who will give some more specific examples. Next slide, please. So for our work plan, there's sort of a couple of buckets that we have in mind based on our experience working on safer communications. One is, of course, that we need to demonstrate what we're accomplishing around safer, but we also need to share information that makes it understandable to people what the goals are for safer and how we collectively with others accomplish those goals. So the first thing you'll see is demonstrating clear progress. This is, of course, a statewide effort, and we want to make it very clear that we understand the urgency of these issues and that we are, in fact, working to resolve the many Californians' issues who don't have safe drinking water. At the same time, there has been questions and a lot of work done on our processes, some of which you've heard about today. Not only our processes, but continuous improvement around how safe drinking water is delivered to Californians. And it's our role to help ensure that folks are aware of those continuous improvements and really are aware of the expertise that exists within the water boards, but also within the many folks that we work with to implement the SAFER program, because of course we don't do this alone. We also want to make sure that folks are aware of not only funding process improvements, but overall, how does our funding process work? How are we making it accessible through how clearly we articulate how funding works and what opportunities for funding there are, and also how are we talking to people about the sense of urgency that we have and meeting their sense of urgency for getting through some of these processes to the best of our ability. And then finally, we're raising awareness about the complexity of drinking water challenges because, you know, many of us, while we have certainly a connection to drinking water, and for some folks, that connection is deep and it's sacred, we also, there are many people who don't quite understand the inner workings of how drinking water is delivered and the challenges with delivering safe drinking water. And so part of our role as communicators is to raise awareness about that, and also that piece of collective responsibility. There's no one entity that can solve the state's drinking water problems, but there's so much that we can accomplish together, and we each play a vital role. So also part of it is making sure that folks understand what our collective responsibility is and what our individual roles are within that collective responsibility. Next slide, please. So to get a little more specific, our role in the communications team is to promote messaging and also to uplift accomplishments, but also to hear from folks, and now hear from folks who are impacted by the work that we do, hear from folks who are partnering with us on the work that we do, hear from the media, who often actually are eyes and ears of the community in some ways, because they tend to hear upfront what isn't working or what messages are not landing clearly. And then, of course, we also proactively put out messaging that can help bring in other partners and help people really understand the needs that are happening. I think there's always this balance. While we're talking about our accomplishments and we're talking about the progress that we're making, it's also really important in our communications that we acknowledge what still needs to be done. And so to do that, that truly takes partnering for the way that we tell stories and the way that we get the messaging out through various channels. So on this slide, you're going to see a few specific examples of things that we are focused on as we communicate. The Safer Needs Assessment, of course, is one of those tools that we use to really acknowledge the need that still exists, but also to acknowledge the progress that has been made and to provide a more nuanced view of those needs. So for example, looking at the various types of communities, the people who are impacted in those communities, the contaminants that make up the challenges in those communities. So the needs assessment for us is a pretty major milestone that we look to communicate and educate about the SAFER program. speaking of milestones, we know that we're coming up really quickly on 100 consolidations. And so we want to use that as an opportunity, not only to celebrate that milestone, but also to help reinforce understanding of consolidations as one tool toward working towards safer drinking water for Californians, and to really demonstrate that collective responsibility piece that I mentioned, because of course with consolidations, there has to be a true willingness and partnership that happens there. So it's not just about, uplifting the work of the water boards, but uplifting the work of all of the folks that are a part of this solutions. And then ongoing projects and community involvement. One of the things that really I think we get excited about and we look forward to is when we actually have community members who are impacted by the work and who are experiencing, the need for safe drinking water, who have experienced a turn and there is safe drinking water. When we have them speaking directly, and actually when Jackie talks, she's going to share an example of that. And so we're making sure that we're uplifting what work are we doing on an ongoing basis and who are those people that work is really affecting and who those partners are. And then Megan just talked to you about some of the process improvements and funding acceleration. And of course, our role is to support the communication needs around that and really make it clear what those improvements are, as I said earlier, and how we are accelerating funding solutions for SAFER. So with that, I am going to pass it off to Jackie, who, as I said earlier, is going to go into more detail about what I just shared with you all.
Okay, thank you, Nefertari. And what I'm going to do is just share a few examples illustrating what Nefertari was saying about how we try to celebrate progress, inform, talk about the complexity of some of these issues, and also share our expertise. So we're just going to quickly, I just have a few slides here we can just quickly go through. This is an example. First thing we do is we have our traditional sort of press releases. This is a press release that went out about the 10th anniversary of the Human Right to Water, but also indicated what our funding level was for drinking water, and especially with an emphasis on disadvantaged communities. You can go ahead and the next slide. This is also we really leverage our social media platforms, especially Twitter, which is our most mature platform at present. This is a picture of an individual who works for self-help enterprises who's delivering cold water. We have a little clip on our Twitter that we've played of that. So that's just another example. Thank you, Adriana. Also, we're trying to leverage graphics and photos wherever we can to talk about progress and success, and also at the same time help explain, as Nefertari was saying, some of the other complexities that we encounter in doing drinking water work. So if you look at the next slide, I think the graphics slide is next. And wherever possible, here's an example of some of our graphic slides where we're talking about, the accomplishments so far in SAFER, while at the same time acknowledging the amount of work that still needed to be done. So we try to balance that message and not say that we're already there, but we also need to demonstrate progress to encourage and move forward the work that is happening. So here's some examples of some graphics we're using, which we will update in terms of the numbers as things move forward. Like, for example, you see it says 80 consolidations completed. We know, as Nefertari said, we're going to be hitting 100 soon, so we'll be updating that graphic. If you move to the next slide, you'll see that we also have all these graphics in Spanish, and we share them in Spanish as well. There you go. There's the Spanish versions as well. And we share these on social, and we also have them on the SAFER site. So I think these are helpful to demonstrate visual ways of looking at the information. Also, I wanted to also mention another way that we are getting our word out is through events. And of course, we've got the press releases, the graphics, the social media messaging, and also we have events. And these are really great opportunities for us to celebrate the milestone with water systems in communities. And here are a couple examples. You've seen some, I think on the prior slide, you'll see some more pictures of a school in Tuolumne County that just completed its consolidation. They were having issues with their drinking water supply. They were reliant on a well. The school had to close because of contamination issues. All that now is in the past. They have a sustainable supply of drinking water. And we just celebrated that with them last month. Board member Firestone accompanied us up there, and it got some very good coverage in the local media. The second press release there refers to also a very recent event for Lamont Public Utilities District in Kern County, celebrating its funding agreement of $25.4 million. That's the largest funding agreement an individual water system has received from the SAFER program. Local elected officials were at that event as well, and we celebrated that with them. And I think that, again, every opportunity we have, there's our core communications, goals as Secretary was going through, to inform, to celebrate progress, to explain about the complexity of drinking water issues, and also to showcase expertise. But that complexity piece, we can do more than one of those messages at once. So, for instance, we're celebrating some progress here with Lamont, but Lamont had some really kind of complex issues with respect to contamination that we also got the opportunity to explain and demonstrate some of the complexity that these systems encounter when trying to bring safe water to their communities while we got it. So there's always these opportunities for multiple messaging at these events and other opportunities that arise. Let's go to the next slide, if you don't mind. Thank you. And now, if you just want to move through a few, you can just move through. These are photos from these events. The photo at Curtis Creek. These are a couple photos. This is a photo at Lamont PUD. There's Senator Hurtado there, and also members there. And then we're just arriving here at the last slide, which is an individual who lives in Moss Landing, who provided us with an interview talking about some emergency bottled water he received, and also the well sampling program there in the Central Coast, and how that helps him and his community. So if we want to go ahead and play that, it is in Spanish with subtitles, so everyone should be able to understand it.
Please give me a thumbs up if you can hear the audio.
I cannot hear it.
I haven't played it, but when I do. You can? Okay.
Adriana, I could barely hear her, and my volume's up all the way.
Ok, mi nombre es Ignacio García. Pues prácticamente yo vivo aquí por un promedio de 18 años. Al principio, cuando yo llegué aquí, pues yo miré el agua que estaba bien, ¿me entiendes? Pero ya luego, a los 2 años, llegaron ellos que traían el programa de análisis de pozos, y entonces yo dije, voy a tomar ventaja de que van a analizar los pozos gratis. Entonces le sacaron análisis a mi pozo, y desafortunadamente salió con unos niveles muy altos de nitrato. Entonces, ya desde ahí me empezó a dar como curiosidad dije, ¿cómo va a ser posible de que mi agua esté contaminada? Si se ve clara, se ve transparente. Afortunadamente ellos nos dijeron que a corto plazo podían darnos agua embotellada, y gracias a Dios nos hemos beneficiado mucho del agua embotellada. Y prácticamente yo estoy muy agradecido con todos, porque de antemano nos han brindado, y veo que sí tienen interés por solucionar nuestros problemas que tenemos aquí las comunidades.
So I hope everybody was able to hear that, but that's just an example of some material. Another, we're trying to also leverage video and brief interviews and distribute them on social media as a way of also getting the message out, and also showcasing and providing a spotlight for community members like Mr. Garcia in Moss Landing, who has really been an advocate for his
Michael, here I cannot hear nothing. Sorry.
Sorry. Okay. So anyway, that was the last piece of our presentation. So please let us know if any questions, and I'm happy to send that link around too. We'll be sharing it on social media. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jackie, Nefertiri, and Megan.
I could hear you now. I couldn't hear the young lady before you.
Jackie, okay, this is Jackie, if you could just please check your interpretation icon and make sure you've selected English. This is a reminder for everybody to please make sure that you select English so that everybody can hear. We'll add the video in the chat as well if you want to relook at it at a later time. But at this time, we've gotten to a portion of our discussion where we're opening it up for comments. You heard about tribal affairs, you heard about the funding process, and you also heard about our communications approaches. So if anyone has questions, now is the time to clarify. This is not the time to share recommendations. We'll have that afterwards. But if you do have a clarifying question, go ahead and hit the reactions button. It's the smiley face with the plus sign, and then raise your hand. All right, we have about 10 minutes for clarifying questions. All right, I see Chelsea's hand up. Go for it, Chelsea.
Hi, thank you. I have a quick question on when I think Megan was talking about alternative financial capacity review as a priority under the funding process discussion. So I was curious after hearing the mobile home kind of park that's privately owned example and how you weigh folks' ability to pay. And my organization, Monterey Waterkeeper, works in the Central Coast, where there are a number of domestic wells that are contaminated on farms, particularly with nitrates and other constituents. And so in that scenario where domestic well users are really relying on contaminated water on farms, and in terms of like private ownership, how do you approach working with farmers and on funding or kind of a collaborative problem solving approach? And I think that really speaks to the collective responsibilities that Nefertiri was talking about in her discussion.
So, I mean, we've definitely worked on projects to, for example, like consolidate some kind of farm worker housing into a larger system or things of that sort. We, with regard to a situation where it's a domestic well, our intended use plan does address sort of how we look at ability to pay for, private parcels with domestic wells. In general, for like residential households, we typically consider the improvements there to connect them to another system, for example, to be minor and something we essentially sort of waive looking at ability to pay. But it does have some language in there that talks about if we were looking at connecting, say, for example, it's a really large parcel with an extremely long pipeline for that individual well to be, or household to be connected, then, there may be exceptions to that rule that we would have to look at more case by case. Hopefully that answers the question. Thank you. Sure.
Thanks, Chelsea. Thank you, Megan. All right, next up, I see Michael Prado Sr. and then Sergio.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Michael. Michael, we were hearing you, but I think we might have lost you. Now you're muted. Let me, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
There, can you hear
Yep.
me?
Yep, you're back.
This thing is doing weird things. I'm sorry. My question is on the page 40 on your PowerPoint. Expedited drinking water grant EDWG. How expedited as far as what?
So the main part of the process that we're expediting is the part from submittal of an application to execution of a grant agreement. So because we are allowing these projects to go to an executed grant agreement, potentially before we finished a full financial review or full environmental review, we're shortening the review period between application submittal and execution of the funding agreement. So, for example, our current goal with the program as envisioned, and as I said, we haven't adopted the guidelines yet, so this is all somewhat tentative, is that after applications are submitted, we would be providing award letters within 6 weeks, and then executed agreements within 4 months after that. So it is quite a bit shorter than our current processing timelines.
Okay, so right now, what is it? Time-wise, you just saying.
Right now, our goal from complete application to executed agreement is 9 months for our standard funding process, because there are those more challenging reviews that have to happen ahead of execution that I mentioned.
So then you're gonna go, okay, 9 months is it right now. So what are you gonna expedite it down to? 4 months, 4.5?
Yeah, we're shooting for 3 to 4.
Okay. Would this be part of the LS6 working group?
No, not necessarily, because this is broader than that. That work group was focused on consolidation specifically. And
Oh,
this
I see.
applies to
Okay.
multiple project types.
Thank you, Megan. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Adriana.
Great question, Michael. Thank you for that. All right. We have Sergio and then Isabel, and then we're going to close the clarifying questions and we're going to move to breakout rooms. So Sergio?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Megan. I'm interested to know where the guidelines are going to be implemented regarding the fronting a percentage of the funding to initiate the project, because that is going to be an incredible support to accelerate the process of getting all the projects, started, because that's always been a challenge, So can you elaborate?
Currently, our goal is to have a process established by the end of this calendar year. It's possible it may be sooner, but.
Okay. But these are going to be for new projects, not for existing projects.
Honestly, I don't think we've completely worked through those details yet. I think there's definitely potential, like, for example, if we have an existing agreement that we're going to amend to add funding and we want to try to work those provisions in at that time, that may be a possibility.
Okay.
It's probably going to be a little more case by case for those existing agreements to determine where it makes sense to work it in.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you, Sergio. Thank you, Megan. Isabel?
Okay, Adriana, this is Mark, the interpreter. I'm in the primary channel to interpret consecutive so that we can, for the benefit of the webcast. Just wanted to give you a heads up.
Thank you.
Okay, señora Isabel, por favor, vamos a hacerlo consecutivo. Frases cortas, por favor, para yo interpretarle.
Bueno, Isabel Solorio desde el ENER. Mi pregunta es, ¿cómo acelerar el proceso de consolidación y que sea beneficioso para las dos comunidades? Beneficioso en costos mensuales y galones de agua por hogar. Gracias.
Okay, so this is Isabel Solorio from Lanier, and my question has to do with consolidation in regards to efficiency of consolidation. How can we go about implementing consolidation and make it beneficial in both monthly cost and gallons of water made available per home? That's my question. Thank you.
I guess I'm not 100% sure how to respond to that question, but I would say, you know, generally when we set up a consolidation, it's intended to meet the full water needs of each household. And we, you know, fund projects accordingly. As far as the monthly costs, in most cases, the consolidated system is going to take on the costs or the monthly rates that are charged by the larger receiving water system. And, you know, a lot of times we see that their monthly costs are less because they have larger systems with better economies of scale. And so that can definitely be an incentive for homeowners to be able to connect to those larger systems. And hopefully that answered your question.
Bueno, yo lo que quería saber cómo acelerar el proceso, porque cuando estás tratando de negociar, pero acelerar el proceso, porque si aceleramos el proceso, vamos a irnos moviendo a un punto en el cual vamos solucionando problemas. No hay un montón de pozos abiertos por todos lados, sino un pozo principal que dé servicio. Entonces vamos eliminando problemas. Pienso que eso es lo que yo trato de decir.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say, or my question really was, how do we go about accelerating the process, right? And then how do we go about resolving as many issues as possible in the one with the same effort, right? For example, if we can accelerate the process, get these homes connected to a water system, even if it's a larger one, instead of having so many different, for example, open private wells, how can we get as many as possible connected to the one system and then do it in a way that's quick enough so that we can resolve all the issues in a timely fashion?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think this kind of goes back to our regional approaches that we're trying to encourage. We have a lot of new mapping tools and things that we can use to look at, you know, the different needs in a given region and determine how to support projects that can address multiple systems and also domestic well users that may be in the vicinity of those consolidating systems. And we do fund projects to address sort of multiple systems and domestic well users as part of a single project, and are strongly encouraging that kind of planning to occur because it is, as you say, a much more efficient way to address the problems.
And I would also add too, so I think there's a lot of different types of consolidation that happen. So when we're talking about consolidation between two communities where one water system has been consistently failing and would benefit from being consolidated with a larger system with more capacity, the water boards has the authority to mandate that consolidation, to require those two systems to work together to consolidate. So not only do we have that regulatory authority, but we could also address some incentives that to help bring those costs down for consolidation. I think when it comes to communities where it's mainly domestic wells, we're still working to find a better way to consolidate them. I think that's a new area for us. We are working with counties to see if counties would like to take leadership to develop programs within their areas. But this is definitely a new area. And I don't know, Megan, if there's anything that you want to add about any incentives that DFA offers for consolidations.
Yeah, sure. I can touch on that. We do, you know, as a way to encourage the larger receiving water systems to tackle as many consolidations as are feasible in their vicinity. We offer grant funding to the larger receiving water system that's sort of over and above what we would normally fund for the actual consolidation project. So, for example, if we're funding a consolidation project and that larger system that maybe wouldn't otherwise be a grant eligible system, because as like sort of a benefit for them, to say thank you for participating in this consolidation, we will provide grant funding to them to fund a project that is really just for their purposes. For example, if they need a new well or they had some pipeline replacement or whatever it was that's not even related to the consolidation project, we will provide some grant funding for their needs as well.
Awesome. Did that help answer your question, Isabel?
Creo que sí, me dio un poco más de información, pero debemos abordar estos temas porque al final de cuentas sí hay demasiados pozos individuales y el conectar a un pozo principal, vamos a andar eliminando muchos problemas de los que están pasando. Por ejemplo, se conectan dos comunidades, vas a eliminar por completo un problema y te vas a enfocar en esa comunidad que maneja ese sistema. Conectas pozos privados que estén a la par de esas comunidades, vas a eliminar todos esos problemas de que andemos célula tras célula.
Permítame un segundito, Isabel, para interpretarlo, ¿ok? Para que no se me olvide nada.
Claro,
Thank you.
perdón.
Just so I don't forget, again, this is the interpreter. Yes, that did answer my question. In fact, you gave me a lot more information than I was expecting. I think it's fantastic. Of course, I reiterate the need to just address these issues, right? For example, right now, there's too many individual wells. Too many individual wells creates too many individual problems. So connecting these communities or these areas of need to one primary well can resolve many problems all at once. You get two communities connected to the same system, then now you don't have two potential problems. You have just one that you have to deal with, things of the sort. So connecting as many possible to one system will eliminate many of the problems that we're seeing. Continúe, señora Isabel, por favor.
Sí, y bueno, yo entiendo que hay mucho que hablar sobre esto, pero sí me gustaría que dedicáramos tiempo a hacer esos evaluaciones de conectar, porque eso va a evitar, en vez de tener pequeñas ciudades o pequeños pueblitos, a tener uno grande y solucionar problemas grandes de varias comunidades en una sola.
Yeah, and so that's exactly, I understand there's more that can be said about this. Ultimately, what I'm trying to say is that we should take time to evaluate the needs of these areas and see how we can consolidate, because it's better to have one water system with potential for just problems from that one area instead of having many different small ones with potential for many different problems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you so much, Isabel. That's spot on. Yeah, that's a big priority of the of the SAFER program is how can we do more consolidation to reduce challenges and also support economies of scale to bring the costs down. So spot on for that. Thank you. All right, folks, Michael Prado Sr., I see that you have your hand up, but we need to transition to our breakout rooms now. I'll come back to you when we open up again for Q&A and so that you can share your question there. But for now, you're going to be back in the same groups that you were previously in, and you're going to have until 12:45, and you're going to be discussing tribal affairs, funding process, and communications. So you're going to use the same Google Docs that you were using before, and we will send reminders. But again, you're going to want to identify who is going to facilitate for your group, who is going to be the note taker, who's going to keep time, and then who's going to be your reporter. So you can keep the same roles that you had last time, or you can switch things up. It's really up to you. All right. So we're going to open up the rooms now, and we will see you back at 12:45.
not sure what happened. I think I got zipped out.
So this is Caroline speaking. So we moved the things, and so the Spanish speaker, they will be in a specific room. So I will move Isabel because I can see her here. And all of you here, you will stay here in that in that main room. And we're on the webcast. Okay. Thank you. And I will move Isabel. Oh, no, she did it. Perfect. Thank you.
Hmm.
All right, folks. So we've already opened up the breakout rooms, but it looks like in this main room, we've joined 2 groups together. So that's okay. You're just going to have more colleagues to speak through. We're going to stay in this main room. Whoever was the facilitator the last time around, I would encourage you to stay in this main room as the facilitator, and you can begin your discussion. It doesn't matter where in the Google Doc you want to take notes, so long as you capture your notes somewhere so that the reporter is able to communicate outward. All right.
Am I the only one that's confused?
Yeah. Anything that I can help clarify, Sarah?
So how many people are in this space here?
So you should have, so here are the advisory group members who are in this room. There's a bunch of state water board staff, but they're not participating. They're listening in. So advisory group members have AG in front of their name for the majority. I will change the remainder ones, but Eva, Jennifer, Jim, Sarah, Dawn are in this breakout room, and Sergio as well.
Okay, so the group that we had before has been combined with another one.
There was a couple people who left, who had to leave. And so because there was a small group, we joined them to this group. So yes, there's a combination of groups here. You can take a few minutes. Why don't you take a few minutes? Who were the 2 facilitators in the last breakout session that you had?
Yeah, I was one of the facilitators, and looks like Michael is no longer with us. Is that right?
Yes.
And we lost our other facilitator. Maybe.
Catulo is the facilitator. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess he maybe had to leave.
Yeah, some people had to step out. So maybe Jim, if you wouldn't mind, you could continue facilitating for this group. How about your note taker? Who was the note taker last time?
I can take notes, or Sarah, that's fine.
No, please go ahead. That would be great.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay. All right. So let's see here. Let me get to the questions. Okay. So I should are the questions down at the bottom of the Google Doc? Let's see here.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you scroll down, there should be
There
like
we
a
go.
discussion too.
Yeah. Okay. So what recommendations do you have for ways to improve access to drinking water for tribal communities? All right. Any ideas here?
I just had one, I noticed there's some capacity building for the staff, working with tribes, and, as a TA provider, it would also be nice to have a little bit of capacity building on our end, if we're going to be engaging with more tribes across the state. But other than that, I don't have anything else.
So as far as capacity building, do you mean for the safer staff themselves?
Yeah, so they're incorporating capacity building for the staff that's in the work plan. And so
Right.
some of that could also be extended to the TA providers. That would be helpful.
Okay.
If I may, I think as a way of strategy, what we're doing here in the Eastern Coachella Valley is that many families who are not tribal members are actually living within the sphere of the tribal jurisdiction, which in this case is the Torres Martinez. So when we have these two intersecting, geographic population, we take care of that, and we also start planning to get the tribal access for drinking water. So in other words, if a pipeline is going to go through different mobile home parks where, farm workers, Latinos actually are living, and that very section is also going to go across a tribal jurisdiction, voila, that is the perfect way to start organizing both the tribal, members and the other non-tribal, residents, to have a holistic approach of how to benefit and increase access for drinking water. And that is one of the projects that we're currently working on that. So I would like to share that.
Sergio, how is EPA to work with as far as engagement and interaction with SAFER?
That's a really great question, Jim. Again, because these mobile home parks are under the influence of the tribe, which are known to be located at fee land, which used to be tribal land, and they were transferred into the county system, but they still remain under the jurisdiction of both the tribe and, guess what, EPA. Right. So many of those mobile home parks were in non-compliance with the Drinking Water Act. So EPA find out that Pueblo Unido is providing assistance to those families, those residents, and we came out with a plan. And the first step was to actually stabilize those conditions, and we installed many point of views water filtration systems to actually get them into compliance. And then the next level will be, we're working on planning and design for the consolidation of those state small water systems into the local municipality. But we're working and coordinating all this work with EPA. Absolutely.
Okay. Right. Does anybody else have anything to add for tribal affairs?
Jim, I don't know if this has already been addressed. I know it's a question that's come up in past advisory committee meetings, and the question is always, how does DFA solve the tribal, the sovereign immunity waiver issue? And I don't know if any progress has been made on that. That's a barrier to tribal participation that we haven't seemed to address yet.
Is that due to the lack of, or at least perception that the tribal leadership is not participating, or is that more of
because tribes are adverse to signing or those sovereign immunity waivers?
Right.
And I'm not sure if we've ever heard a response back from DFA on that.
Okay. So do you think that that would be a safer priority then, or?
I think so.
Okay, yeah. All right, so maybe we'll think a little more on this and then go to funding processes. How do the funding process focus areas align with the goals of SAFER? I like the idea that they're having an expedited process for some projects. That seems to be well in line with the goals of SAFER. I still have a little bit of concern for those communities that may be in dire need. Maybe they don't have a lot of the things in line that some of these, like they were talking about consolidation of a smaller system into a larger system that already has, some pretty good financial backing and all. I'm just maybe concerned that those other type of at-risk systems might not have that benefit. I'm not sure how you can really look at that. I know that the state doesn't want to jeopardize monies to bad projects, but I still think there's a need for looking at that at need kind of risk and quickly address issues as well. I don't know how to capture that though.
I'm not sure if I captured that as you wanted.
I'm not sure if I stated it very well. I see, an expedited process of 4 months versus, 9 months of, a community waiting for potential grant funding. I don't know how the prioritization is based on need versus some of the ducks in a row kind of a thing, because a community that might not have all their ducks in a row might actually be in more need than a community that has a little more organization. It's going to be a lot more work to get to get at the needs of a community that may not have everything organized well, but it might be better served to a community that is in need. So it'd be a lot more effort for SAFER to deal with some of those at-risk systems, but it might address more of a health concern versus, I get a little leery when they expedite things for somebody that has, something more in line and might have that ability versus, a community that might be more at risk.
Yeah, it's almost like there needs to be capacity building for the funding process in of itself.
Yeah, yeah.
Makes sense. I did see a note that we have about 7 minutes left.
Oh, okay.
So we went quick.
All right. So communications. How do the communications focus areas align with the goals of SAFER?
I'd like to weigh in here if that's okay, real quick. I think the communications, you can see that there's marketing involved. You can see that there's thoughtfulness and trying to craft a story. I appreciate that. What I find missing is some of the transparency that SAFER needs to deliver on. And by that, I mean, you know, on the graphics, that's great, but I would really be interested in the backup data, the backup information for those graphics. And it'd be cool if there was a link that would take us directly to the report, to the fact sheet. I don't know what they want to call it, but it's hard to get at the info that supports those pretty pictures.
Okay, good point. So, you know, hot links to supporting data on the graphics, that type of thing.
Yeah, take me right there. I'm sure it's somewhere.
Showing the numbers, right?
Yeah, make it easier for us to see the transparency and accountability. We have a lot of accountability in this program, and we want to hold both our state people that are helping us get the money out there, hold them accountable, but hold accountable the success as well as who got the money and what's going on. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, you know, going back to the point that SAFER is supposed to definitely promote equity and respond to the very need of the disadvantaged communities, we should definitely get more communication from the water board about, you know, how they are improving and expediting the funding processes. Because you know, when you go to the community, I have shared this same thought. When I go to the community and they're still waiting for those pipelines to go there after so many years, some people make the comments to you, well, thank you so much, Sergio, for keep coming back. And, you know, we will probably not see this pipeline, might be dead, but our sons and grandsons will be able to enjoy this, but thank you. So, you know, it's kind of challenging for us to try to keep up the faith and engagement of the community. So we need to fine tune those aspects of funding, procurement, and deployment of resources, I mean, financial, just to get those projects off the ground. I can assure you, you do a little trenching and you see an equipment coming and people change dramatically the perspective about how things are happening. So we need to work better on that communication just to keep us informed what they're doing.
You know what would be cool on that, Sergio, is a dashboard where all the projects are listed and you can see their current status and you can see what's happening next and like what's the holdup or like what's pending, right?
Right. Absolutely.
And kind of aligned with that, you know, working with the water systems to present more regular updates to their communities. I know we've got a few where, you know, they have their board meetings, but people aren't able to attend, or, you know, all the different obstacles that get in the way. And for a lot of people, you know, until they see construction starting, they don't believe that there's work being done. And, you know, there's a lot of planning and all of the like environmental efforts and everything that have to take place before you can actually get to, you know, bringing in the equipment and doing all of that. So working with water systems to kind of help them maybe improve their communication in a way, and you know, kind of unrelated, but having the State Water Board come down to look at projects, you know, throughout the whole process. I know they had some really great ones that are being, you know, that are finalized, but you know, facilitating site visits throughout these projects and talking to residents and all of that. We've had a few folks from DFA come down, and they've gone to different communities and seen the issues kind of firsthand. And I don't know exactly how helpful it has been, but I know that they're appreciative of like seeing how everything's working out, or how everything kind of comes together. And I don't know if that's necessarily in the communications piece. Like, it doesn't have to be fully documented, but, you know, even just saying, you know, we are making an effort to come down and see what's going on in these really small communities that are not close to Sacramento, or, you know, all of that.
Right. Outreach is definitely important.
Well, I think it's validating communities and saying the State Water Board does in fact see them, right? So that's communication. It's not marketing and it's not a communications piece. It's actually communicating. And I think you've made a good point.
Exactly. Okay, I think we've got a little less than 5 minutes here. So for the last question here, what other areas of communication should be prioritized for improvement of the future or in the future? And I think Ava just gave us a good one.
Yeah, I think so.
I think the communities really need to understand upfront, especially now, that when they get involved with a TA project and a feasibility study, and they need to understand that even before we start the feasibility study, if the engineer decides that there's an alternative to consolidate, the community needs to know that if consolidation is an alternative, they need to be prepared for that, because not all communities are interested in consolidation, but they need to know that if consolidation is an option and you don't choose it, then your project basically goes away.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I said this when we were in person, but I'd like to ask for it to be, Jennifer, if you'll write it here again, not so much on the goals of SAFER, but the goals of this advisory group. You just hit on it when we started, Jennifer, that if this advisory group asks for something specifically or makes a recommendation that's specific to something, I'd really like to hear how that's either approved or moved on by the SAFER. I think they called it their executive committee. I was told they take recommendations from here and take them back to a SAFER executive committee who decides whether or not they're going to act on what this group recommended. I'd really like a feedback loop. I think it's really important for the work that we're going to do here.
Good comment.
So how does SAFER executive committee utilize advisory group input?
Yeah, what is the response and the outcome of advisory group recommendation?
Maybe advisory or executive committee feedback.
Yeah, a report out of what we do this
Wasn't
work
it-
here. What happens?
Oh, Sarah, wasn't it also something that they said? Sorry, I had to take a break. I'm Tanya, by the way, guys. How are you? So
Hey,
wasn't
good.
it also something that they said that once we make a recommendation to the executive committee, then they make the decision to even take it to the board. So what we might be working on might not even be taken to the State Water Board. It might just be pushed aside, set in a pile, and never even escalated up. And so, yeah, I agree. Getting the feedback on those determinations would really help us with what the focus is that we're looking at as an advisory committee and which direction we need to move forward with. So that's a great vantage point to get the feedback.
Good deal.
Awesome. Well, that sounds like a great recommendation to end on. So welcome back, everybody. So thank you for sharing and taking notes and preparing to share out. We're now going to transition to a lunch break. So we'll have a full 45-minute lunch break, and we'll come back at 1. I'll have somebody do the math to put it in the chat, but we'll come back in 45 minutes. And then when we come back, the reporters will share kind of a round robin of what you all discussed. Yeah. So see you back in 45 minutes. We'll do the math and put it in the chat. Thank you.
Around 1:30.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right, folks, welcome back from lunch. If you stepped away, please come back to your computer. You can let us know you're back at your computer either by turning on your video or just hitting a reactions button. If you need to stay off video for now to finish eating your lunch, that's okay. Welcome back, Dawn. Welcome back, Sarah and Jennifer and Eric. Welcome back, Esther and Eva. Awesome. I think the majority of folks are back. So we're going to go ahead and get started. So for this next portion of our meeting, we're going to be hearing about the discussions that you all had. So I'm going to be in a little bit, I'm going to be going through each of the different groups, and you all can let me know who from your group was the reporter. And when you report out, you're going to have a little bit less than 10 minutes per group. So you'll want to keep your notes kind of high level. And then you can share discussions from both your breakout groups. So the first time around when we talked about engagement, data, needs assessment, and drinking water solutions. And then the second time when we talked about tribal affairs, funding, and communications. So you'll want to share your summary for both of them. All right. Okay, so we're going to start off with group one. So group one was Eric, Isabel, Esther, and Marta. Whenever you all are ready, you can go ahead and the reporter can unmute themselves and begin your share out.
Hi, everyone. I think I'm the reporter out for our group. I'm still finishing lunch here, so I'll stay off camera. But a couple of things we saw. We heard from our group today that in regards to the question of how do engagement priorities align with the goals of SAFER, we heard that there was a lot of support for everything that was outlined and how the work plan is well put together. But one of the things was that was shared is also a need to really see these efforts followed through with action. And so that was a couple of folks made that comment. They share that this needs to continue to be a priority and continue to be brought to the SAFER Advisory Group to receive input from the advisory members. Additionally, connecting with impacted community members is another effort that was aligned as a priority from our group, particularly in rural areas, private well communities, disadvantaged communities that have very little representation on the advisory group. And so one of the things was we'd like to see more of these groups impacted, more of these impacted groups a part of the State Water Board SAFER program and other State Water Board related activities. Just shared also a suggestion to continue to ensure, continue to remove barriers from the public's participation in the State Water Board SAFER program and other related programs as well. Is real quick question, Adriana, am I supposed to share out the discussion from the entire from both discussions or just the first one?
Yeah, a high level summary of both of your discussions. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try to, I know I'm taking quite a bit of time, so I'll try to synthesize a little bit more here. In terms of data acquisition and systems, one of the things that was suggested is how better information around where domestic wells or other wells, water wells are across the state. There was a mention that there's a lot of new wells being drilled, both drinking water and agricultural wells. And so would like information from local agencies or from the state on sort of where these wells are going in, and to make that information publicly available. They noted a sort of lack of information being shared by the local groups that really regulate this information. Another recommendation was just supporting better accessing that information, and also a need to put meters on existing and new wells being drilled. Want to understand if that is being captured, and and secondly, ensure that it's being accurate as well. Moving along to the second question is, one of the comments that was shared is just similar to the last one I shared, is more information from the local water boards and the SAFER program as well about what is going on to address the crisis of water that's ongoing in the state, and cited sort of a recommendation on using social media and other commonly used and resources. I think another sort of question that we had was particularly to if the state can provide district, like legislative district related information about the challenges that each assembly, senate, or congressional districts are facing, as that would be helpful to understand and advocate to the folks who represent those specific districts. And moving to the needs assessment component, one of the suggestions was seeing the cost per contaminant per connection table that was outlined in the 2021 needs assessment further broken down. For example, we'd like to see what the total cost of a contaminant is, because right now, as it's shown, it only shows the cost per connection, but we'd like to see that translated to what the costs are statewide. Furthermore, would like to see this data presented in a sort of like a map, and continue to provide information on how county and local agency layers can be sort of imposed, and to further break down like what the cost would be per county for a specific contaminant, to better understand what costs are in the regions. And then another one was more information about groundwater levels, and share that this isn't something that members of the group haven't seen a lot of information about. So we would request was to get more information from the experts, the geologists, about how groundwater conditions relate to the issues that the SAFER Advisory Group is discussing. Moving forward to drinking water solutions, on how do the priorities for community water systems align with the goals of SAFER. Priority for the group was finding what support can be given to domestic wells that are being impacted by groundwater extraction, and just better informing the public about the risks related to their water quality in their community. And then a priority as well was further consolidations, supporting more and more of those, and just an emphasis on the importance of reaching the domestic well communities who oftentimes are not aware of the issues facing them. Another really good thing we saw was we supported the mention of operations and maintenance, and the development of operations and maintenance and advanced payment programs. And then also one recommendation was it was good to see that the State Water Board is making sort of templates or lists of things that need to be done for water systems to have applications complete. And so would like to see a similar effort for domestic wells that outlines what steps or agreements are needed for a community or a household to consolidate with a local water system. For example, the right of entry, lateral ownership transfer documents as well. Moving along to the second part of the discussion. Let me scroll down here a little bit. The discussion focused on the community outreach to tribal groups. And so let me see. The recommendations that folks were shared was to build on the video communications that the State Water Board is doing, like the one they showed of the community north of Moss Landing, and see really more videos like that done with tribal groups. one of the things that was mentioned is this would be important for the public to know that SAFER is reaching tribal groups as well. There was just really a big consensus on the importance of videos and accessible materials to communicate to the public on the success of the SAFER program. And then also shared the importance of respecting the sovereignty of the original people of this state, and making sure that the state does not overstep their authority. One sort of suggestion was to give an update on some of the legislative bills that related to collaboration with tribal groups and contracting with them, and see if there was any update or progress made on that effort on the legislative side of things. And we sort of got touched a little bit about the funding processes already, but just a couple of other points that were brought up in the discussion was an interest for rural communities to benefit from the information and resources that are available, the importance of accelerating the projects and ensuring that domestic well consolidations are a real priority for the state. We also shared that some of the projects are already underway in some of the communities that are represented here on the advisory group, and we want to see more of those projects being done. And that was it for our group.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Eric. That was right on time. It was a little bit over 10 minutes, but spot on. Thank you for that. We're going to move on to the next group. And then afterwards, if there's time, I'll open it up for everyone else and see if there's any like final thoughts from the different groups. So we're moving up to group 2. And I know there was some switching around, but here's what I have for group 2. And if there is a reporter ready to go, it's Sergio. Sarah, are you the reporter? Okay, perfect. And then Sarah, let me know if you want me to have a timer or if you're able to keep time for yourself, anywhere under 10 minutes.
I'll just be reporting on the first session, and then I think our larger group will report collectively on the second session, if that's okay.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. And Tanya was also in our group as well. So on engagement, we really talked a lot about the diversity of the state, the complexity of the issues that we all are aware of, but really bridging the gap between what the state is wanting to foster through SAFER, but bridging the gap between community and engineers. There's a disconnect, it feels like, and you'll hear more about that, of the timing and things like that, but really hoping to connect not only state identified needs and SAFER funding objectives, but what's happening at the local level to provide solutions. And that usually requires some sort of engineering effort. We also talked about some questions that we had regarding engagement in communities and capacity building. We've heard from staff that you all work with local trusted representatives to build relationships, reaching out through CBOs. And we're really curious to know more about that. Who are these people? How are you finding them? You've mentioned you have local satellite offices with DDW. How is that working? Is it working well? Are there other community needs that need to be met? Are all communities appropriately, is there enough info from each community to engage with those trusted representatives? And I think really that the summary of that part was just that to foster equality and equity, we need to consider culture and lifestyle and decision making first before the project gets well underway. On data acquisitions and systems, give me 1 second here. We had some ideas on how the dashboard might continue to improve. It would be nice to have an option to filter the failing or at-risk systems based on why the system is failing specifically, or what factors identified the at-risk. I know when you click on the system, you can see what factors staff identified, but it'd be nice to filter based on a certain interest, or better understanding the current status and the variables threatening a system. And then Sergio had a lot of comments about upgrading equipment at the local level, where the systems are, there's limited information coming out. They don't have SCADA, they don't have reliable internet. It would be helpful to have some of those really small rural communities represented on a dashboard to understand in more real time what the needs are. On the needs assessment, we had conversation regarding how the state is managing wells and how are they being allowed and permitted, and more information would be useful for members of this group to understand how these decisions are made. Also asking for maybe some increased data sharing between GSAs and their work and their identification of wells and conditions to inform the SAFER program as well. On drinking water solutions, we identified a need for better mapping to understand areas that are currently served. Let me scroll down a bit more here. We noted that in a lot of cases, priorities have been identified. There's a lot of priorities out there, but one, it seems that the priorities are competing with each other, so nothing's really rising to the top. Everything's been identified as a high priority, it feels like, in some cases. And in other cases, we know that projects are funded and they're moving forward, but we know it's very slow. And so maybe an emphasis on accountability and reporting for projects that are funded and what's happening on the ground to better understand, you know, not just how the money's being spent, but what is really taking so very long in some of these cases. We had a pretty robust discussion on working with the private contractors, the private firms. Someone mentioned in the group that $50 million was awarded. I'm not sure if that's, I haven't seen it, but it's a lot of taxpayer dollars. And there was discussion about if the water boards were able to hire internally, they could manage those work items and hold staff accountable rather than private engineering firms, which are likely to make a profit from state funds. And that doesn't really feel equitable to some of the people in our discussion. And then lastly, on expediting funding, we all know simplifying the process, but Sergio mentioned there's still 4 areas for this application. If, as was discussed, reducing or putting some of those portions of the application off until, pre-approval has been given by staff would be really helpful. And I think that was about it for us.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sarah. That was really great. Before we move on to group number 3, I want to give a flag to any state water board staff as you're listening in. If there's any questions that you have or specific feedback you'd like to clarify with the advisory group, keep that in mind. And then when we wrap up the 5th group, we can, I'll circle back to state water board staff in case you want to clarify or get more clarity. Okay, so group 3, I have Jim, Ileana, and Michael Prado Sr.
Hi, everyone. I'll be reporting from my group. Go through our discussion. The engagement priorities are in alignment with our SAFER goal. The work plan is very well put together. Perhaps we just need to enhance the practices to actually be conducting public engagement and then get our counties involved. I guess like bridge the gap between how the counties communicate out to the individual communities that need these repairs or help. Areas that would have to be prioritized would be severely disadvantaged communities and any language barriers that there may be between communities. We also need to build trust with the representatives, and we need to know the communities we're reaching out to know how to approach them. for data acquisition and systems, we feel like it'd be helpful to add more, I guess, visual aids. I know a lot of people are very visual and maybe using more graphs or, for example, pie charts or different colors, something that's calls your attention to things. We also need to know where all agricultural wells are located and how they affect community water. And I just make, I guess, the enhancements more casual for people to be able to easily access. And for a needs assessment, we need to engage more with groundwater sustainability agencies for at-risk systems. To also engage our county's health department regarding knowledge of the private wells and at-risk or failing systems. And then for drinking water solutions, we need to be working closer with community water systems in consolidation. So for example, if there's already a consolidation order to expedite them faster, I mean, we think that the process is very slow. So I'll figure out some ways to make it faster. I'm sorry, am I skipping one? I was on drinking water solutions, right? Okay. For how do priorities for state smalls and domestic wells align with the goals of SAFER? It seems there could be more improvement in this area for domestic wells, as well as small state smalls. It's a challenge, but it seems like there's progress being made. And for solutions to be prioritized in the future, working with agricultural water wells, just the concerns of the impact on domestic wells, its ability to produce, as well as water quality concerns. So we need better mapping to include all wells, as well as potential sources for contamination to drinking water, and focus on prevention versus having to deal with long-term remedy for drinking water. And for our second discussion, it was only Michael and myself. We somehow lost Jim in the communication. For tribal affairs, we believe that there could be more outreach to tribal communities. Like I believe group number 1 was saying, make maybe a video of how their communities are being impacted. We could create webinars to get more people involved, people that can't maybe physically attend meetings. And also maybe hire more staff or round up volunteers to help engage the community. For the funding process, we'll both SAFER and the funding process, we all want, clean, safe, and affordable water for all California. Communities that are contaminated should be prioritized by urgency, depending, I guess, who's more contaminated, or speed up the process on the people that need it more. And also, like I said before, speed up the process of consolidations. And communication. Well, we both want to get information out to the public as easily and as transparent as possible. And other areas that should be prioritized should probably be more social media exposure for like the younger generation. And I believe that's all for us.
Awesome. Thank you, Ileana. All right, we're moving on to group 4. And again, there was some shuffle, but here's what I've got on my group 4: Gastulo, Eva, Jennifer, and Ethel.
Hi, let me turn on my video. There you go. And then I'll also be reporting for the other group that got mixed together. So, so in our first conversation, for engagement, we talked about how that the new county engagement unit is going to be helpful, and that, you know, using LPAs is empowering and, you know, helping to empower the communities at a local level. The whole plan kind of has a good amount of flexibility and kind of adaptability based on the different communities that you're engaging with. And you know, we like the support from community-based organizations because a lot of times they're the ones that are most familiar with the issues. Overall, it's, you know, everything's headed in a good direction, and it looks like you're going to be looking into some really helpful resources. You know, we also thought it was important to look at workforce development, and I noticed that was one of the things that was going to be starting up to look into those kinds of resources. And that ongoing engagement is critical in the different programs, especially if, you know, the ones that take the longest, like the consolidation or sometimes the administrator processes that take time to find someone, and just making sure you're checking with the community throughout those processes. And that OPP and DDW should try to hold local meetings as much as possible in problematic regions, and kind of think through, you know, how many meetings make sense and what, you know, why they're picking to meet in certain regions and locations. And then for data acquisition and systems, I couldn't remember if there were any public workshops held on how to use that dashboard, the SAFER dashboard. But that would have been, you know, if there wasn't, it'd be nice to have them just so that folks can see, you know, the different pieces of it. I know I was in a workshop, but I can't remember if it was like a public one or if it was one specific to TA. How-to videos on how to use the dashboard would also be helpful. And also, if there's anyone, you know, assisting communities with creating accounts on the SAFER website. And then we thought it would be nice to have, you know, some kind of visual that identifies systems that are at risk for emerging contaminants, that maybe are not listed as, you know, failing right now because the contaminants aren't being fully regulated, but they will be in the near future. And then having, you know, some kind of connection between water quality data that's collected from the systems to that SAFER dashboard, so people can see, you know, looking at other different contaminants that maybe if they want to see the levels of certain contaminants in their water. For the needs assessment, we had a conversation about affordability and what the different risk indicators for affordability were. We talked a bit about looking at percentage of people's income going towards water and how much made sense as kind of an affordability indicator. And then using MHI data specific to the region. Yeah, and then let's see, for drinking water solutions, we were talking about how there are cases in like a consolidation where, you know, as TA providers, the system that is at risk or out of compliance doesn't want to, they do not support the consolidation, and that, you know, that introduces some difficulty. I mean, I think, you know, some of the other cases is when like the receiving system doesn't support it, but there are a few cases where like the smaller or failing system don't support consolidation. That makes things a little more difficult. And then, yeah, so having some kind of some kind of agreement or intent to like consolidate upfront so that we know that that project's going to be successful, or that we're not going to be kind of going uphill. The incentive funding is a great addition, and we encourage, continuing to have that available. And then prioritizing consolidation and O&M assistance, and then assigning administrators for the failing systems, and providing funding for additional TA providers as needed, just to keep things moving. And then for our second discussion, let me scroll down here. There we go. Okay. For the tribal affairs, if the capacity building that's done for the state water board staff could also be provided for TA providers, or some portion of it, that would be very helpful. Approaching projects that are, on tribal land, that may include non-tribal residents, having a strategy, and Sergio had some recommendations for that one about how to do it kind of holistically, and making sure that you're, including the needs of all the folks that are in that area. And someone had the question of whether DFA had already addressed the issue of sovereign immunity, because that can also be a barrier to tribal participation. For the funding process, the expedited program is well in line with the goals of SAFER. Again, sorry. So someone else brought up, the prioritization for that expedited program, whether it's prioritized on, who needs it most, like what systems are kind of in need versus like who's ready to go on a project. And, we felt like I don't know, it's, some of the less organized systems that may not be like super ready to go on a project, maybe the ones that need that expedited funding the most. So how do we make sure that that process helps, the folks that need it, and not help, but like, how do we make sure it helps the folks that need it? And how are they going to be prioritized, even if they don't have, as much organization, or they don't have the same capacity as another system that might not be at the same risk level. For communications, some more transparency and accountability when looking at those graphics. It would be really great to have like a link attached to them that links to the data that supports that graphic. So where does that information come from? Using SAFER to promote equity, the communication, so communication from the state on how they are promoting expedited funding would be useful. Some aspects of funding procurement in the communications, a dashboard of projects that reflects the current status, pending items, roadblocks, etc., for all of the different projects going on. Regular updates for communities to improve communication. So working with the local water systems on how they can communicate, all the progress or improvements that are being made. Some of these projects take a really long time, and if folks don't see, trenches being dug or anything like that, like they don't feel like there's anything happening. So how to help water systems improve that kind of communication. Facilitate site visits with state water board staff so that they can, go to the different communities and kind of get a better idea of what's going on throughout the project. At the end is really great to show the final one, but seeing the progress is also going to be helpful, especially if you're trying to get folks to understand how all these different kind of mechanisms work. And then there's a need to have communities better understand the timeline and the tasks associated with all these projects, because that'll, validate, or so all of this will like validate the community needs and make sure that they are aware of what's going on. For areas for improvement, having, this focus on consolidation be something that's very apparent to the water systems that are, getting technical assistance or looking for funding. Because like I said earlier, there are systems that are not really on board for consolidation, and they may either kind of be forced into it or not receive funding for a different project if consolidation is the most sustainable project. And then the last thing we have is, for this advisory group, we heard, the feedback from this advisory group gets taken to the Safer Executive Committee, and we'd just like to know how that gets utilized. They're the ones that kind of decide what goes to the State Water Board, and we just want to know what happens to the input. So if something that gets brought up during the meeting doesn't make it to the State Water Board meeting, maybe having an idea of why it didn't make it or anything like that, any kind of feedback to the input, making sure we have that communication. And that is it.
Awesome, Eva. Thank you so much. Those are really great. In a little bit, we'll move on to group 5, the last group, and then afterwards, I'll open it up to State Water Board staff if there's any clarifying questions you have for advisory group members or any reflections. But Eva, I do want to just answer your question around kind of feedback. So we time our advisory group meetings to happen the Thursday before we have our Monday Safer Executive call. So typically what happens is on that Monday executive call, we will kind of do a summary of what you all shared right now. We'll say, okay, here's what we discussed. Here are some major topics that came up, some recommendations. And we will kind of discuss what we heard. And typically, depending on what was shared, we may set up a separate follow-up meeting to develop a plan or to brainstorm or to address that. And then the notes document that you all develop is really, the notes document that comes out of this meeting is then shared with that same group when we clean it up. And so people have that, that document to also review. In that Monday Safer Executive call, it does include 2 of our board members. So it's a kind of a connection there to our board. So they also get an update on what was discussed at the Safer Advisory Group. As a reminder, the advisory group is a consultative body. So you all aren't making decisions per se. And the reason why it's hard to say we accepted this, we did not accept this, is sometimes even today in our discussion, you'll hear that some advisory group members have certain perspectives or certain recommendations that are conflicting with others, and that's okay. We welcome that the difference of opinion because it helps us consider things from different vantage points. So we bring it to the board, or we bring it to our Safer Executive team, and we discuss that. So that's kind of what happens internally, kind of after these meetings.
Thank you. That was kind of my comment. Thank you for clarifying that. That's helpful. I think also, it's helpful to understand it's an iterative process that you guys are going through with relaying the discussions and what's communicated in this space to your board members and others. I think part of what we were asking for was where it's possible to come back to this group and say, after all of that stuff you just described, I would like you guys to know, here's something that came out of that, or not that it didn't happen or whatever, but just if something does come out of it, to close that feedback loop. It helps us understand what you guys need from us and what this work is helping to inform on the staff side. So thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a great recommendation, Sarah. And it also would be a way that we could improve kind of giving credit to you all. Like the discussion we're having here today, that was because of last year's advisory group, really, in the feedback that we heard. So I do like that idea of saying, okay, this is an idea that came from this group and we're bringing it back. I think that's awesome. All right. So we're moving on to group 5, our final group, and then we'll open it up to the state water board staff. So this group included Rami, Kristen, Rob, and Chelsea.
Hi, everyone. I'll be reporting out for the first discussion session, and then Robert will be reporting out for the second one. In terms of engagement, our group discussed, really asked the question of for the board staff to clarify the goals of engagement. For example, if there's a metric around or a goal around outreach, could there also be an additional goal or metric around the quality of engagement once communities are aware of the SAFER program and different funding and technical assistance sources they could take advantage of? Do you also then have metrics to talk about if, what are the types of needs that are then identified and then solutions that are pursued? We talked also about, really just many types of systems that you're tasked with providing solutions to, that, it doesn't seem that there's that there's an either or of, just providing solutions to community water systems versus domestic systems and then small state systems. I think sounds like it's all of the above. So we just made a recommendation on, focusing on communities in any of these systems that are facing the biggest risks and need. And that's probably what you're already doing. In terms of data, we were talking about the preliminary risk assessment that you all shared on small state systems and domestic systems, and we learned that basically there's very little or no information on domestic wells for some counties, and just encourage staff to continue to come up with creative ideas, if not requirements, for counties to really report this data and support them in really doing those water quality tests and then sharing that information with you all and therefore with the public on domestic wells. On needs assessments, we're talking about it would be a good idea for staff to, over time, as we're building on years of this program, to really show trends of, a variety of things from funding to support to communities that are getting interim and long-term solutions. And we heard that that's something you're all working on. And that's really encouraging to see, and we just recommend really moving forward with that. And that's a really good way of really communicating with the general public as well, that SAFER is making progress on all of these fronts over time. We've discussed this before previously in different meetings. We want to highlight the need for making all of the great data and mapping tools you guys are putting together more readily accessible and centralized, easier to navigate. I heard earlier folks talked about, even informational webinars on how to navigate the different mapping tools would be really helpful. And I just want to echo that here. Finally, in terms of drinking water solutions, we talked about potential need to have performance metrics associated with the services that technical assistance providers are providing, or just additional ones. And then one person raised the idea of potentially instituting penalties for underperforming TA providers. And we recognize that there's a lot of barriers and things that come up that's outside of control of TA providers, and that's not a unanimous recommendation from our group, but that's something that we we discussed, and then really kind of aligned with that. Some of the barriers we talked about, and it was really just on the ground level, like small communities or nonprofits really having difficult time working with local counties on filling out technical managerial financial capacity forms and applications, and sometimes these just kind of administrative and logistical barriers take time to resolve, and this is an area where we feel like the state board, and as you're continuing to look at ways to really increase the efficiency of all of your work, to focus on really providing support or working with counties to provide support on all of these TMF and TA kind of required processes. I think the last thing that I'll just highlight is on our support for really the direct operation and maintenance assistance program that you're all putting together. And yes, I will pass it off to Robert for the second discussion.
Hello, good afternoon. Many of the items that we just discussed, we're going to talk basically about again, because the communication is probably one of the biggest items that flows through every one of these, is to be able to talk to the community down to the layman, which is not so much the county level, but the person who's actually at the well. So the person who's receiving the water, or the person who is actually in charge of the water if they're an administrator. And so, and I'll use myself as an example, putting together a transient non-community water system and being the administrator, working with the TMF and the TA and all of this paperwork that was handed to me by Shasta County. And they said, go fill it out and you're on your own, and bring it back when you're done. And so on several occasions, I sat down with that paperwork and put it all together. And it was like, pulling hair or pulling teeth. It was just not enough information for me to understand what was going on. And so my recommendation, based upon what we talked about in the group, is to be able to put together maybe, like was recommended earlier, a webinar, but also a training tape for a TMF, or if you're going to put together as an administrator to put together a system, the state wants the best information. They don't want us to guess at things. They want to know those facts. And we want to produce those facts. But if we don't know how, there's a major gap between what we can give the state and what the state's requesting. And so once again, that comes back to a communication factor right down to the layman at the very bottom. Whether it's at the county, where the county talks to the person, and the administrator is putting it together. We're a nonprofit, so I become the project manager and take care of that. Or a company where somebody actually has a higher water level education, and they're able to take care of that because they've done it before. They have education from the state of California. So the recommendation is that Water Resources Board puts together a fundamental webinar or a videotape of training that goes out and says, hey, if you're going to do this, here's the fundamental steps so you can do it. This is what we want for this section. This is what we want for that section. This is where you might be able to find that information here. After we chased down several water engineering firms in Northern California to get numbers, we could have gone to one location, but it just wasn't working properly because we couldn't get the information from the county environmental services. And so that was one of the major factors. And that comes back to the tribal affairs. When you're working with the American Indian Council, the groups, those individuals that are chosen from the community to go and serve in those councils, the tribal councils, they don't all have a water background. They have different educational backgrounds. And so many times when they're subjected or put into a committee to request information, whether it be for a grant or a TMF or whatever else, they don't have enough knowledge to be able to answer those questions properly. So once again, it's another opportunity for, if they're utilizing a TA, that TA be a subject matter expert in working with different tribes so that they can understand what's required between the EPA and the California Water Board resources. And so what that does, it once again, is at least people not being frustrated and guessing, but gives them a true path of how to complete the form, get it into the system, and then for the system to be able to use it without kicking it back because it wasn't given the right information. Because we want this to be a win-win between the water user or the system operator and the state of California. It needs to be a win-win there. They get good water and the state gets good wells or gets a good connection system program. And so that's what we're recommending for that also. And then the funding process, one of the things that we were looking at is, you said it takes 9 months for a funding system to go through sometimes. That's a long time for a small unit community system to wait for an emergency water system or for whatever else it might take for them to get. And they may not realize it to the last second that they have a problem. And now all of a sudden it becomes, instead of a help out, it becomes an emergency situation because now they're stretching their resources to find water and how to get that done. And in those probably that's a DAC, a disadvantaged community, where they're not going to have a lot of funding up front, whether it's a nonprofit or just a township or a small community of buildings or homes in those areas. And so one of the things that we were looking at is, how do they come up with a fee or upfront money to do that if they're already a disadvantaged community? And so our thinking recommendation was, out of the $130 million, that maybe a small portion of that might be used for upfront costs to help them get into that grant system, because for them to go out and to get a loan in this economy right now, to come up with that money at 10% interest, I mean, that's a lose-lose situation. They're having to find funding and they're having to pay a penalty on the interest on that. And so if the money's already set aside for that opportunity, that maybe through the funding issue with the SAFER program, that X amount of dollars could be allocated to upfront funding, because that money is going to come back out of the grants once they're qualified anyway. And so that way that can backfill up front so that they can be responsible for that. If they don't qualify, then they pay it back. But if they qualify, they're already in that program. So therefore that becomes part of the grant. And then once again, coming back to communication throughout the entire program, even myself as an engineer, when I got into the program of being the administrator to put together the paperwork for our transient non-community well system, I had to re-educate myself in many areas to come up with the information for the TMF and the TA and what was requested, and the depth of the well and the condition of the water and the clarity and the resources of good, clean drinking water. And so that's another way, once again, when you put together your webinar, 2 webinars, one for the professional, one for the common public. Hey, how does your water taste? Do you have are there chemicals in your water? It's like the gentleman that we just saw on the video. He thought his water tasted great till the water resources came out and said he had too many nitrates in it. And then they started giving him bottled water. Too many people become used to what they're drinking and do not know exactly what it should taste like. And so, or what the health benefits or not benefits are. And so that's another way to communicate to those individuals in those communities and make it a win-win for the community and for the state of California. That's basically it. Hope that helps.
Very, very helpful. Thank you so much, Robert. Wow. Before I open it up to State Water Board staff, I just want to pause and I just want to acknowledge and recognize how the breadth of expertise and experience that's on this advisory committee. You know, I think that what we just heard from every single group, we could spend hours digging into even more. And I'm really appreciative of the really great insights that you all have shared. So thank you so much. And I'm really excited to get to know you all in future advisory group meetings too. So I think this was a really strong one. So thank you. All right. Okay, so I'd like to pass the mic now to State Water Board staff. You all have been hearing, or State Water Board staff, you all have been hearing a lot of great feedback on your work plan sections. This is your opportunity. If you have anything that you want to ask or get a little bit more clarity on, or if there's information, or if there's any questions that you heard come up throughout and you'd like to provide more information right now, now is a good time. We don't currently have any public comments in the queue, so we can use maybe 5 or 10 minutes for this, and then we'll move on to the SAFER program updates and advisory group member announcements.
Hey, Adriana, I'll kind of start off because I think I apologize to everybody that I wasn't able to make a good portion of the meeting this morning, but I understand there was a question about enhanced enforcement. So I thought I'd just start really briefly addressing that, and it may be something that we want to come back to at a subsequent meeting. But in terms of what was talked about with enhanced enforcement, what we're really talking about, a lot of it is getting more better consistency throughout the state in terms of how both what enforcement is taken, when it's taken, and then also like how it's entered into our data system. So it actually crosses over a couple different areas that were talked about today. You know, one of the things we're trying to do, for example, is, you know, make sure that not only is our enforcement issues addressed quickly and violations are noted and notices of violation and citations are sent out, but that they're done in a timely fashion and that they're also entered into our data systems in a timely fashion, because then that impacts just the data entry itself, impacts like when systems come on and off our failing list, for example. So I just wanted to point that out. I think the other piece, and I heard a couple people talk about this in the report outs, was like the role of our new county engagement unit and the LPAs. And so, you know, we're kind of just changing some of our approaches to how we're working with the LPAs. We always have, but trying to also get more enforcement consistency with the counties with LPAs. And then I think the other piece is sort of we're going to be working on a sort of a broader data system for Division of Drinking Water. And as we're developing that, we're also thinking about how we can use that to help our enforcement tools. So to like automate certain pieces of enforcement or things of that nature. And we definitely welcome input on that. And one question I just had for the group, not to like get into the discussion right now, but maybe for the future, is just think, for us, it can be difficult sometimes to think about, well, what's the most appropriate enforcement tool, right? Like if we have a small community without resources, finding them may not be the best thing. And like how do, we sometimes struggle with that too. And I just sort of throw that out there for the group to think about. And I'd love to hear back from folks later, any ideas on that. But I think that's mostly what we meant by sort of enhanced enforcement and kind of where we're going with that. So hopefully that at least gives a flavor. And like I said, maybe we can discuss some in the future on that.
Excellent. Thank you, Andrew. Before you leave, can you share with the group what is an LPA? What role do they have in providing safe water? And then what's the State Water Board's relationship with them?
Sure. So LPA are local primacy agencies. And so those are about 24 counties in the state that do their own oversight of the small water system. So water systems under 200 connections in those counties are the responsibility of the county. And then we, as the Division of Drinking Water and the State Water Board, provide oversight to the folks. Usually it's the local county health officers in those counties who are implementing the programs.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Andrew. And then Andrew, if you can add your email in the chat in case anybody has any thoughts around, enforcement and how we may consider equity in enforcement. I encourage you all to email Andrew. And then as a reminder, Andrew's the Assistant Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water.
And could I add one more, just that's on a different topic real quick? Is that all right?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say a number of folks mentioned, a number of the groups mentioned wells and domestic wells in particular, and what we're doing with that. And I think that's one that we're trying to do more and more, but it is a bit tricky in that we don't, we're not the regulators of domestic wells. That's largely the counties, and even things like well standards or well IDs and things like that. A lot of that is over in the Department of Water Resources. And so, we're spending at the staff level a lot of time talking, especially with the Department of Water Resources, about different ways we can get better well data. But that's kind of an ongoing thing. I would certainly encourage folks to also maybe talk with the appropriate people over in the Department of Water Resources. And, if anybody would like to do that, I can find contacts for you, because a lot of what happens in terms of like what tracking wells and water levels and things like that comes under their purview. And then we use the data that, that they get. And so there's a lot of crossover there. And then of course the counties are the ones with the authority in most cases over it. So I think it's something that we may want to also kind of delve into a little more, because it is multifaceted and complicated, but it is something that we are trying to do a better job and work more on.
Awesome. Thank you, Andrew. All right. I want to pause and see if there are other State Water Board staff members who would like to ask any clarifying questions to the advisory group. And in the meantime, as we're waiting for State Water Board staff members to come on video, I want to just give you all a heads up that we'd like to take a group photo before we move on to our SAFER program updates. Some folks had to join late, so they weren't able to join when we first did a group photo. So if you're not on camera or you're not camera ready, I'm giving you a couple minute heads up that we will be stop sharing our screen in a little bit to take a group screenshot. All right, checking in to see State Water Board folks, Chad, Megan, Jackie, any follow-up questions or comments from you all?
Oh, there's my camera. Anyway, Adriana, I don't have any additional questions or comments other than like fantastic insight provided by all. Like, really love the report back out from all the groups. So thank you.
Thanks, Chad.
Yeah, and I think I, understood the sentiment of most of the comments. Though there was only one thing that stuck out to me that seemed maybe worth clarifying. I know we didn't have a lot of time to sort of go for all the different types of funding that we offer, but it seemed like one of the groups there was concern about, how do small systems afford the upfront costs to get a construction application together. And I just wanted to make sure it's clear that we do offer planning grants, and then often a lot of that work is done through our technical assistance program to help reduce the burden on those systems to get to that point. So that was all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Megan.
And Adrian, everyone, this is Jackie again. Just going to make a couple comments on the communication side of things. I was listening to some of this. Secretary and I were back and forth listening. I just wanted to note one thing that I thought was really, all the commentary has been really helpful. I think one of the last comments I caught was about working with local systems to help them promote what's happening in their projects locally, because a lot of these projects do take a long time, and there's like kind of like a lot of dead space in between, you know, milestones, and it's really not just about when a project's finished that we should, you know, help, but there should be some sort of communication happening in an ongoing way on projects. So I'm going to really take that back for food for thought in terms of maybe helping develop some materials or something for water systems to use to be in kind of more regular communication with their communities about where the project stands. It's just some really good food. Thank you, because I understand that there's a lot of time in between, you know, when a project starts and you have this lovely ribbon cutting. It's there's a lot of dead space in between there, and a lot of times people are wondering what's happening. And when people don't hear about what's happening, they sometimes assume nothing's happening, which is usually very much not the case. So so thank you all for your comments, and I'm also glad to see that somebody referenced the video, because I do think it helped. It helps show somebody who, you know, really thought their water was okay, so they got some information. So so again, thanks for all your comments. It's lovely to be here with you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jackie. All right. Okay, folks. Well, this concludes our discussion section on our SAFER work plan. Here's what's going to happen next. Staff are going to take the notes that you all have written, synthesize them into our meeting summary document. You will get that summary document in the mail or in an email, and you can review the draft notes and see if there's anything that you'd like to change or modify before we finalize those meeting notes. And then maybe we can plan to have an update on the actual work plan. So like the full document, maybe not at the next maybe not at the next advisory group meeting, but the following one. All right, so the next thing we're gonna transition into is our SAFER program updates. Before we do, we are gonna take a group photo. So at this time, I'm gonna ask State Water Board staff to please turn our videos off. And I'm gonna ask advisory group members to please turn your videos on. Thank you so much. Awesome to see you all. Gonna give a few more seconds for everybody to come on. And then I'm gonna check in with OPP staff, Office of Public Participation staff, and I'm gonna allow them to do the countdown so that you know when the screenshot will be taken, and you can prep your smiles.
Okay. So if you're ready, it will be 3, 2, 1, yay! Let me double check if I have it. Just in case. Yes, I have it. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you all for that photo. All right. We're close to the end of our meeting. The next portion of our meeting is our SAFER program updates. So in your meeting packets, you all should have received written updates on different components of the SAFER program. Before we go on, this is just a quick reminder to just check your interpretation feature to make sure that you are listening in either English or Spanish, and that you have selected the either English or Spanish PowerPoint. All right. So for the SAFER program updates, we're not going to review everything that was written in your program updates. And I just want to highlight here is an update on our key metrics. What I want to point out from this slide that you're seeing currently is that the column on the furthest right, that was our goal column. So where it says FY fiscal year 2022-2023, that's the column that indicates what we're aiming for. So 50 communities are receiving interim solutions. 100 technical assistance projects. That's what we were aiming for. And then the second column that says FY 2022, 2020, 2021, 2022 progress, that's where we currently are. So this is a snapshot of how we're characterizing progress on our program so far. Yeah, Kristen, go for it.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I was having some problem with audio earlier. Just a quick clarifying question. So we have fiscal year 2021, 2022 progress, and then we have 2022, 2023 goal. So those are for last year's progress and this year's goal. Am I correct in that?
Yes, I think so.
That's correct. And I don't necessarily need an answer to this, but I'd be curious to have staff like where the goal is coming from for this year. Because what I noticed is that they're really similar to last year's accomplishments, and just reflecting if we're making the metric based on what we did last year, or if that like really is the, you know, full capacity of the board. So it's just a kind of point of reflection.
Mm-hmm. I think last year we didn't anticipate a lot of room to increase some of these things like technical assistance, because as I mentioned, we had this backlog and we were bringing on new providers. And so it likely is sort of like we don't anticipate a big increase compared to the prior year. In preparing our goals for next year, I think we probably will be able to consider, you know, whether there's a potential increase that we can achieve, you know. I did just look at our metrics earlier today, and I think we're on track to meet these first two categories so far this year. The planning and construction, we are actually significantly lower, and a big part of that is just because we have so many other funding sources right now for construction that we've been sort of using less and less of safe and affordable money for construction. Anyway, so we can plan to have sort of an update on how we've done performing this year at the next meeting. And then in the next year's FEP, we will be able to kind of explain if some of those are able to increase for next fiscal year.
Thanks, Megan. Really good question, Kristen. Yeah, go for it, Sarah.
Thanks. On some of these, I'm wondering if the goal is that the metric number goes down rather than up. So for example, interim solutions, is the goal that we're going to reduce to only 50 next year, so that in hopes that some of those interim become permanent solutions long-term?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly the goal for all of our systems, is to get them off of interim solutions as much as possible.
So like next year, the number might be like 45.
Well, I mean, that's a challenge too, right? Because there's like a new MCL and now there's new systems in the queue. And so it's all very fluid, I guess.
But I think you're bringing up a good point, Sarah, around, you know, how are we capturing movement from interim solution to kind of moving people through the process, right? From short-term addressing emergency needs now, and then planning for a long-term sustainable project. So I think that's a good question. And I wonder if we can spend some time thinking about how to show that progress. All right, Michael Prado, Sr.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Michael Prado Sr. here from Sultana, California. Serve on the CSD here in Sultana. Did I, Miss Dobbin? Is that Miss Dobbin? Did I hear her question some worse, that the funding didn't go up as much compared to last year? It's compatible, or what did I not understand?
Michael, my question was just that the goals seemed like they were all aligned with what we accomplished last year. So I was wondering how the goals were set. And And Megan clarified that some of that is because TA is pretty much at capacity right now.
Okay, thank you. I was misunderstanding that the accountability was losing track somewhere. That's all. Thank you. Sorry.
Awesome. Thank you, Michael. The SAFER program updates that you all received in your packet included these different topics. And so in addition to the metrics, I want to open it up to see if you all had any comments or reflections on any of the other categories of updates you received. And while you're thinking of them, and while we have Megan here, Megan, if you want to share a little bit about the funding workshops, and then afterwards, we will see if somebody from DDW is on to share about the drinking water needs assessment workshops. And then we'll come back to advisory group members in case they have general questions or comments.
Sure. So, I mean, for the expedited drinking water program, we actually completed those workshops in February. We currently have prepared an updated draft of the guidelines that's up on our website. And the board will be considering adoption of those guidelines next week on Wednesday. So again, we kind of touched on this earlier already, but this is the expedited program that would be focused on high priority projects. So it's we have a category system that goes from A through F. And this will focus just on those high priority projects that are addressing contamination, water shortage, those types of situations. And it will be capped at 15 million per project, and it will be utilizing a lot of our state grant funding sources that we have, which enables us to sort of streamline some of the application requirements. So it'll be happening sort of in parallel with our standard grant approval processes. And the one thing that's going to be a little bit unique is that normally with our funding, it's a continuous application process. But with this new approach, we're going to be doing sort of batches of awards. And so there will be periodic deadlines set throughout the year for folks to be able to submit proposals to be a part of this expedited program. And we'll continue to be offering assistance through technical assistance to help folks with that process. And so there shouldn't be any barriers there, as there are not on the other side. I think those are kind of the major highlights with this program, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Megan. And then Andrew, anything you want to share about the upcoming needs assessment workshops?
Sure. So we just held a workshop, well, I guess it was several weeks ago now, to get input on the draft needs assessment for this coming year. And I think the official comment window for that ended last week, or maybe it was the middle of this week. I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly. And so we've gotten a couple comments on that draft needs assessment. And then we're planning on taking those comments, making any revisions that are necessary to the needs assessment, and then that will come out in approximately April. I don't think we have an exact date right now. And I believe that's on the agenda for our next advisory group meeting, if I'm recalling that correctly. So we'll be bringing that back to this group to talk about as well. And then our plan for this coming year is to, over the past year, we focused a good bit on affordability and affordability metrics. I think we're going to spend a bit more time in terms of getting public input on those this coming year, but we're also going to, starting in, I think, late spring, summer, do some workshops on updating the cost model for the needs assessment. So we didn't, in this, the needs assessment that'll come out in April, we didn't update the cost model, but our staff have been hard at work, like working on how to do that. And so we'll bring that to a couple workshops in the coming months on what we're doing with what we're proposing for that, and to get feedback on that. I know there were some comments from some of the groups today on the cost model, and so that's something that we are working on, and we'll bring drafts of what our proposals are to make changes and tweaks to that in a few months.
Thank you, Andrew. All right, opening it up to advisory group members. Any comments, questions, or reflections on the SAFER program updates? Yeah, go for it, Eric.
Thanks, Adriana. I had a question related to, I think it sort of connects to a few of these program updates. We had, I think, Mr. Bravo earlier in the conversation spoke about or asked about the new technical assistance providers that have been added to sort of the new technical assistance provider pool. And my question was somewhat similar to that. I know Megan shared an update on the new engineering firms. My question, it was specific to if any new community outreach and engagement organizations have been approved for as a technical assistance provider, and also if there's been sort of a progress in the funding partners model that the State Water Board also outlined in previous years.
Mm-hmm.
Adriana, I may let you respond on that one.
The answer is yes, and we are in the process of working on an agreement, so we don't want to share too much. We hope that in the next couple of months, we will be able to share more of an update on our funding partner progress. But the answer is yes, there's been significant progress, and we're excited to be able to announce it soon.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we're going to wrap up our program updates. As always, if there's things that come up, even outside of the meeting, you're welcome to send us an email, and we can either respond via email or set up another call to talk through it. We're going to skip through our SAFER timeline, but it's available there on your meeting packet. Oh, Tanya, did I see you raise your hand?
No, I was giving a thumbs up that I liked what I was hearing. So I was enjoying the conversations that were going on.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that affirmation. All right. So the last section that we've got here is an opportunity. We have a few minutes in case advisory group members have any announcements that you'd like to share with one another. We started incorporating this as the ending part of all of our meetings, because we know that a lot of you are involved in a lot of drinking water projects. So we ask that you keep these announcements focused on drinking water. But if there's any event that you are hosting that you'd like to let people know or invite them to, this is your opportunity to share. We ask that you keep your announcements brief, just for the sake of time. Yeah, go for it, Eva.
Okay, so Self-Help Enterprises hosts a Leadership Institute every year. It is for folks in our service area, which runs from Stanislaus, maybe San Joaquin now. I get lost in that one, to Kern County. This year we're going to have a spring cohort and a fall cohort. So we are recruiting for our spring cohort that starts on April 1st. It's going to be 5 sessions. I can share the website here for it. And that Leadership Institute is focused on more regional and like statewide water management programs. So it's a good opportunity for community water system representatives to learn a little bit more about, how water is managed at that level and how it impacts communities, and how to prepare to kind of have a voice at that table. So yeah, so it starts April 1st. I believe the applications are being collected until March 26th. And I'll share the link here in the chat.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Eva. And then for people who are listening in through the webcast, where on your website can they find this link?
So it'll be self-help enterprises, programs, community development, and then leadership development.
Thank you, Eva. All right. Any other announcements from advisory group members?
I have an update to share. I wanted to share that CWC will be hosting the Department of Water Resources and a few other relevant stakeholders in the Central Coast to discuss drinking water issues related to the Sigma program that should be taking place on, I believe, the 22nd of this month. So that's an effort that we're really excited about. And then our Visalia office is also participating in a Tulare County library event where they will be talking about drinking water issues in the community. And I'm trying to find the exact dates here. So we have, let's see. It's part of the Sustainable Libraries Initiative happening on March 9th here in just a week at the Orosi Branch Library from 4:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Presentation about knowing your water. So this is a public event. Anyone in the area more than welcome to join. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Eric. And if you have any links, please add them to the chat as well. Okay, folks, we have come to the end. We did not receive any public comments, but if members of the public who are listening into the webcast have anything that they'd like to share, you're welcome to email us at SAFER and share your comments there.
Excuse me, Adriana.
Yes?
I had my hand up. I needed to say something before you finish.
Oh,
Please.
so sorry. I didn't see that. Go for it.
Okay. I'll take my hand down now. Let me see. Where are you? Yeah. All right. What I was going to say is I'm excited that we're going to be consolidating with a little community, Munson, which is south of Sultana. We're going to be running a 3-mile pipeline from Sultana, having a new well built for Sultana. Munson just had one done maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago now. And I'm proud to say we're going to consolidate and bring them in because our school shares the name. The school actually started in Munson. Now it's in Sultana. But anyways, when the day comes that we're going to break ground on drilling the well, actually drilling it, we're waiting on deed and a few other things. And back order on material. But I would invite you all, whoever would like to come out and ground break the big thing for us. You guys are all welcome, but I'll keep you posted. Thank you.
That's awesome, Michael. Do you have a month, an anticipated month of when that will be?
You know, I just talked to my secretary last night, and we're talking about, because after this, I have a meeting at 6 for the CSD. And I asked her, you know, I've been getting some calls and people are getting a little antsy. They're wanting to know when this is going to, you know, be reality. And he told me, you know what? It's not us. It's not our consultants, you know, which is PMP. And it's not the state. It's the back order on the material. And then there's a problem with the getting the deed done right at the title, Chicago title, I believe. So the lady too from the property says, I keep in touch with her to keep her, you know, we're still going to be putting the well. He said, are you sure you guys are gonna back out? I said, no, we're not gonna back out. It's just taking time, you know? But yeah, everything's been sent back and it's crazy, but what can we do? But she said, we're hoping, she said, she's hoping, hopefully by the end of the year, it should be in if things start falling in place. So I'll keep you all posted though. I'm excited. Thank you.
Yeah, we're excited with you. And if we know, maybe we could do a safer advisory group field trip and have our advisory group meeting along near Munson Sultana too. So
you know, that would be awesome, and it'd be an honor to the communities here that are disadvantaged severely, and we're just so excited to be part of being the next neighbor to help one another. Thank you.
awesome. Well, that's an excellent way to end our meeting. Thank you so much for sharing that inspiration and hope, Michael. All right. Okay, folks, well, we have come to the end of our advisory group meeting. We are at time, so we are gonna skip our evaluations, but if you have any feedback on how this meeting could be improved, please email us at safer@waterboards.ca.gov, and we're happy to meet with you. Please expect to receive the notes within 2 weeks of our meeting, and please review them if you'd like to make any changes. The Google Doc will remain open until Monday, so if there's anything that you want to add to the Google Doc that you edited today, you can work on it until Monday, and then afterwards, we're going to take that and clean it up for our notes document. To close out our meeting, we're going to end with our safer chant. So I'm going to ask everybody to unmute themselves. And our safer chant, if you all remember, is water should be safe, water will be safe. El agua debería ser sana, el agua será sana. All right? So let's begin. Water should be safe.
Safe.
Water will be safe.
Water will be safe.
El agua debería ser
Debería
sana.
ser sana.
El agua
debería
será
ser
sana.
Sana.
El agua será sana.
El
El agua
será
será sana.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Eliana, everybody on the staff and members. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias a todos. Bye.
Gracias. Bye.
Gracias.
Bye.
Gracias.